And good evening. Today is November the 18th, and right now it is 7:30, and I'm calling to order this evening's meeting of the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission. For the benefit of those who have not participated in a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, our procedures are as follows. The Secretary will read the legal notice of the meeting as published in local newspapers, and the applicant will be invited to come forward and present the case, explaining to the Commission and others present what is being requested of this property. Comments of town agencies will be read for each application if there are any. First, there'll be clarifying questions from the commissioners, and next there'll be an opportunity for clarifying questions from the audience. Next, we'll ask those who want to support the application to come forward. Second, we'll ask those opposing the application to come forward. As this is a public meeting and must be recorded, it will be necessary for speakers to identify themselves by stating their name and address before addressing the commission. The applicant will then be free to leave or remain for the balance of the public hearing and the regular meeting, during which time the commission will try to reach a decision on each application. Each applicant will be notified in writing as to the decision of the commission and has the right to appeal to Superior Court if desired. Decisions of this meeting will be available the day after the meeting by calling the Planning and Zoning Office at 203-453-8039 after 9 a.m. Seated tonight are the following members of the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission. We have George Underhill, Richard Wallace, I'm Rich Meyer, Ray Bauer, Walter Corbier, Josh Hirschman, Tom Cost, Richard Hudson, Frank D'Andra. We have Reggie Reed and George Crowell. Our admin is Lisa Brewer, and Shannon Gale is doing the recording. Mr. Secretary, would you read?
Legal notice, Town of Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission. Notice is hereby given that the Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing on November 18, 2015 at 7:30 p.m. at the location of the Nathaniel B. Green Community Center, 32 Church Street, Guilford, Connecticut, the Whitfield Room, for the following purposes. Joseph Viviani, 264 Granite Road, map 71, lot 6, zone R8. Application for a special permit for accessory apartment and guest accommodations in detached garage, section 273-19 and section 273-36. Opened on 11/4, continued to 11/8 for mandatory second public hearing date. Michael Graziano, 144 Sperry Drive, map 42, lot 84, zone R3, special permit music school, article 10, table 3, line 22. Open on 11/4 and continued to 11/18 for mandatory second public hearing. Dominic and Donatella, 94 Cooks Lane, map 122, lot 17, zone R8. Request to rescind special permit granted 11/19/14 to allow 6 horses. Section 273-243, subsections B, 1E, 3. Open on 11/4, continue to 11/18 for mandatory second hearing. Simon Draper, Liberato Perlosi, 125 Water Street, map 32, lot 17, zone R3. Revision to special permit granted on 5/1/13 to change non-conforming use of first floor space from music instruction to art workshop and storage. Rental of existing office part of building granted on 10/17/07. Sections 273-13C and 273-99. Opened on 11/4 and continued to 11/18 for mandatory second public hearing. The Cottage at Lake Quanapog, 286 Lake Drive, map 62, lot 11, zone R3. Special permit application for an accessory apartment, section 273-19, opened on 11/18 and continued to 12/2 for mandatory second public hearing. Ann T. Properties, LLC, 35 Meadow Street, map 32, lot 822, zone R3. Special permit application, construction of a new two-family house in place of a house constructed in 1860. Section 273-18, open on 11/18 and continue to 12/2 for mandatory second public hearing date. Raymond and Christine Iglesias, 1 Broad Street, map 39, lot 71, zone R3. Special permit to allow a 1,224 square foot accessory structure, carriage house, section 273-93, open on 11/18 and continue to 12/2 for mandatory second public hearing. 74 Seaside Avenue, LLC, Gary and Brenda Natel. 74 Seaside Avenue, map 29, lot 116, zone R3. Coastal area management application, miscellaneous building and deck additions to existing single-family residential structure, as well as adding onto existing septic system and enlarging existing driveway, section 273-91. Zoning amendment, petition from Guilford Youth and Family Services to amend the zoning code, section 273-2, and add a new section to Article 12 regarding medical marijuana dispensary and production facility. Open on 11/18 and continue to 12/2 for mandatory second public hearing date. Ocean Co. LLC, 485 Whitfield Street, Guilford, Connecticut, map 29, lot 108, zone R3. Special permit change for use in detached garage for model shop office for scientists to facilitate research, section 273-36A and 273-38B. Opened on 10/21, continued to 11/18. Ocean Co. LLC, 485 Whitfield Street, Guilford, Connecticut, map 29, lot 108, zone R3, coastal area management application, change of use in detached garage for model shop office for scientists to facilitate research, section 273.91C, subsections 5H. Open on 12/21, continue to 11/18. Copies of these applications are available for inspection in the office of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Town Hall South, 50 Boston Street, Guilford, Connecticut. At this hearing, persons may attend and be heard, and written communication will be received. Dated Guilford, Connecticut, this 18th day of November 2015.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate that. We're going to seat the members. We have all of our regular members here tonight, so our 2 alternates will be participating in discussions, but they will not be voting on any of the issues tonight. Also, there's going to be a slight change in that we are going to get rid of all of the, we're going to deal with, not get rid of, we're going to deal with all of the public hearing items and several other things and save the Ocean Co. for last. This way we can focus entirely on that and get everyone else out of the way.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Could I just, and for expediency, there's 2 here that are basically asking us to not open the public hearing until 12/2.
So let's table them right away.
Could I move that we, the two are, let's see here. I guess it's A&T Properties requested that I open the public hearing until 12/2.
Yep.
And then also
The Iglesias?
Iglesias, which is to, no, not Iglesias.
No, that's right. Sorry.
74 Seaside Avenue, Gary and Brenda Nuttall. I move that we table those until...
Yes. Second. You got a second? All those in favor? Aye. So those are tabled. Can I get something to open up Mr. Viviani? Or reopen it?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So, Mr. Viviani. Do we have Mr. Viviani?
This is the second hearing. You already heard all of the applicant testimony. I don't know if there's any other public comment or not.
Anybody have anything to say? Last chance. No. So can I have a motion to close it?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Do you guys want to decide it right now, or?
That might be.
Yeah, let's just get them out of the way. You want to do that? All right, so can you refresh our memory, George, what we're talking about here and what the particulars are?
This is an application for an accessory apartment on Land Road.
There was no problem with this.
Several people spoke in favor of it.
Yep.
Recommendation of Director Health was that a new septic system had to be installed.
So the only conditions of approval would be the septic system then, correct? All right, so someone has a motion, right?
Well, there is a letter from Dennis
Ooh.
in the file, but if we close the public hearing, I don't think we can get
I
it.
think you already heard that. We already heard that.
All right, so what we'll do is
Dated
we'll just go
November
with
3rd.
that. Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a special permit for an accessory apartment for Joseph Viviani, 264 Granite Road, map 71, lot 6, is shown in an application dated September 30th, 2015. This application is approved with the following condition, that its new septic system be installed prior to occupancy. The application is approved based upon the finding that it conforms with the zoning code. The special permit is effective on November 27, 2015, and upon filing with the town clerk.
Second.
We have a second. Any other discussion? We're
Well,
good?
it meets all the requirements, and we heard
Yeah.
no problems from the neighbors at all, so I'm in
Right, so
favor
this
of
is-
granting it.
This is perfect. This is the way we hope they all come in. All right, so all those in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Viviani. How about Mr. Graziano? This was also opened on 11/4 and continued to today. Do we need to reopen it or put it back out?
It's currently open.
It is. Mr. Graziano. I'm going to fix that right now. Okay, so now you can hear me. There we go. All right, so we have Mr. Graziano. This was opened and it is still open. Is anybody here for Mr. Graziano? We do. Yes, come on down. And again, please, at the podium, just sign in so we know who, what, where.
Mr. Chairman, I asked that the testimony be given one at a time rather than any other number at a time.
Okay, so one at a time, folks.
If I may, these were some letters that were signed by the neighborhood. I think they were in the notes, but
Thank you.
there's another copy of them.
Appreciate you bringing them again. Thank you, sir. All right, so one at a time. And are we going to have a time limit or let them go? Let them go?
Would 4 be appropriate?
How about 5 minutes each? Does that work? Come on.
He can use, I don't need to, we don't spoke once. Yeah.
Okay, so
People can speak.
it's yours, sir.
So at the last meeting, we talked a little bit about the RV in front of Dr. Douglas Gladu. I live directly across the street from the Grazianos, and how it's disrupting parking for the business. Since then, it's moved slightly, and I would like to comment on that. Since the last hearing, he minimally moved it, and I've handed out pictures to the planning and zoning. There's still inadequate parking. Previously, I gave P&Z multiple pictures showing 2 vehicles. There was only 1 space. His car is on the right of every single picture there with parking. This still leaves in violation of 273-50B, 273-51, 273-55A, 273-55C, 273E, which I gave to the commission last time. The current 1 parking spot that is next to his vehicle violates 273-80K, which I added to the letter today that I gave them. Parking has to meet the minimum setback requirements. This still means he has no parking for this business. I want to remind P&Z that there are 3 passenger cars, a minivan, an enclosed 10-foot trailer, and a large RV, plus 2 cars to the music handicraft. And this does not include visitors to the Graziano's home or parking for the LRL video business. The second issue, and the issue that really bothers all the neighbors when we talk about this business, is that the appearance of the RV in front of the house. It's unacceptable to our neighborhood, and the appearance of the business with the RV in front of the house is unacceptable. The RV has to be moved out of sight from the road, from the front of the business. I believe you got 9 or 10 letters that were all dropped off earlier today or sent certified mail from other neighbors also that have the same feeling. Mr. Graziano, your neighbors are pretty tolerable. We tolerate the traffic. We tolerate the noise from your music school. We tolerate your video business, but we're not willing to tolerate this RV as the look for your business. It just looks awful. If you move your RV out of sight to the backyard, you'll have plenty of parking and you'll have happy neighbors.
evening. My name is Ryan Connolly, 182 Sperry Drive. Briefly, I'm a small business owner also, and I'm expected to conduct myself in a neat, safe, and professional manner at all my job sites. And I think all that we're asking as a neighborhood is that it be kept safe, neat, and professional on Sperry Drive. Safety comes in, we have cars parked in our street on a weekly basis. They park right in the road. There's a lot of traffic, they have to go around the cars all the time, so there's an issue there. Professional just being nothing about that picture or how the yard looks is professional. It looks messy, and it's not appropriate for a upstanding business owner. So we ask that it be moved just to make more professional and safe environment to conduct business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies?
That's it.
All done?
I spoke last week at the same sentence.
Sir.
Yeah.
But we should put them in the record.
We have. There's a certain number of.
We have a number of records and pictures which we're going to place into the record that were just delivered. They show the driveway with cars out into the street. So, anyone else want to talk, or sir, you want to talk? Absolutely. Please, come on up. I think they're all done.
You spoke last week, so it's the same sentence.
Why don't I just read one of these letters, because there's 9 letters, all say the same thing, but with different names on it. So I'll just read one so that you'll be able to address it, I suppose, before you go. Dear P&Z, I'm unable to attend due to conflict in my schedule, the public hearing on November 18, 2015 to discuss the proposed special permit at 144 Sperry Drive. I would like to oppose the special permit unless the conditions change at 144 Sperry Drive for 2 reasons. One, there is not enough parking for the business with the RV located in the driveway. The homeowners have a history of not providing adequate parking at the location, including not removing snow from the driveway and having old vehicles such as the RV completely block all accessible parking. 2, the RV is an eyesore and not what we expect the frontage of a business in a residential area to look like. It needs to be moved to another location. If the RV is moved to the backyard out of sight from the immediate view when driving by 144 Sperry Drive, then my 2 issues with the business are resolved. My apologies for being unable to make the November 18th, 2015 public hearing. Please make this letter part of the official record on this matter. I believe this is Nancy Wynn, or Wynn at 177 Sperry Drive. And then the same letters are sent by Brian Berry, an individual at 168 Sperry Drive. His name is not readable. An individual at 165 Sperry Drive. Aaron Connolly at 182 Sperry Drive. 177 Sperry Drive, 204 Sperry Drive, 215 Sperry Drive, and 147 Sperry Drive.
Okay. Thanks, Josh. Sir, you want to rebuttal all that now?
This is a picture of the driveway. There's one car there. There's more than enough adequate space for another car. That's my car. This is there. It's 30 feet. Normal garage, 24 feet. And a parking space at Walmart is like 18 feet. There's plenty of room there for another car.
So can I ask you a question, sir?
Parking in the back.
Can I ask you a question? You say there's a space there, and there is. I can see clearly that there is a space. However, when someone comes to go to a class and they're with you and, they're having their class, afterwards, you probably have another student. I imagine they're on a Friday or Saturday. Right, but it doesn't work. My kids took music classes, and I would wait in the street because where they were taking classes, I would annoy the neighbors.
I only put this car here to show, normally it's parked up here. So then there's 2 spaces in here. I'll show you. That's an SUV next to that car. You see there's enough space in the front for this car to come up here.
Right.
So basically, the end of the driveway is 30 feet across, and there's more than 18 or 20 feet
Right, so, okay, so,
I'm just going to ask, Mike, these, I don't know, these pictures were developed yesterday.
Well, this was taken today, the one I showed you was taken today.
So,
It's the same, it's the same.
Let me see that picture.
so what are those cars for?
Well, first of all, this is the RV has been moved back, and there's a different tarp on it. This is a picture. You can see what's going on. There's an SUV and another car.
And is that SUV a?
One of my cities. Yeah, parents, I should say. And there's room in front of this to park this car. So again, it's from side to side.
So you're telling us, are you telling us that you have room in the back of your house for the RV?
No, I'm not going to put the RV in the back. It's going to cost about $3,600 for a pad. You don't want to put a car or an RV on top of grass.
Mr. Graziano,
It's on
if
the
we
grass.
made a...
It's still on the grass, though. It's on the grass.
Okay, so Mr. Graziano, if we made a condition of employment, of approval, that you move this RV to the back, you would not do that?
Unless they want to come up with the money.
But let me
Go.
okay, let me just try to get right to the chase here. Now, you realize this is a special permit, right? So this isn't as a matter of right, in that we have quite a bit of discretion as a commission, and we can attach conditions to it. So let me try these out on you. If we were to say the RV be parked in a location so as to allow free access to the driveway and parking for at least three cars plus the occupant's car, that at no time shall vehicles for the music school participants be parked on the road. Would you have a problem with those conditions?
Yes.
Well, I have a question. How large is the spot right now?
It's 31 feet by 20 feet.
Okay, and how many?
That's more than enough.
How many? Frank, maybe you know how many cars can fit 31 by 21 feet? Or I don't know.
It's a normal garage, 24 by 24.
So two cars?
No, one. Which picture is current? Because these are two different pictures. One is a green car, one has a...
Right, that's it. Basically, we don't want to see this in the street. Right here.
And if he's not willing to
This
abide by
side
the
is off.
ability
It
to
should be
put
four.
cars there, I got a problem.
That time,
This is the most current one?
yes.
Okay, so not the green car.
No.
However, they both do the exact same thing with the car with a trailer.
May I ask you one question? The commission has made stipulations about what you have to do, and you're telling us tonight that you refuse to do it. That's all I want to know, yes or no?
Well, I get that.
That's all I'm asking.
I'll tell you why, because we're concerned about the safety of the cars parked out in the street.
But
Okay,
there
we've
won't be
heard,
cars this week. They'll be in my driveway.
you're going to fit four cars, so you can fit four cars in the driveway.
You have no control over where somebody parks if you don't have ample parking in your driveway.
Whoa.
As a matter of fact, we are,
That's 30 feet wide. There's more than enough for two cars to come in there, and one to leave, one to come back.
It's only 21 feet deep, though?
in terms
It's
of...
over 20 feet, yeah.
So one of the rules that these kind of people have brought to our attention is that there needs to be an 8-foot setback from the curb for the parking to begin. That's from our zoning regulations. It's one of those papers they provided. So the first 8 feet... Oh, I'm sorry. One of the zoning rules that were presented by your opposition was that there needs to be an 8-foot setback from the curb, 8 foot from the street's edge. 8 feet from the street's edge before you can start counting that parking. So you only have, if you had 21 and you're taking 8 away, you only have 13 feet. So, you know, again,
The only thing I would suggest is that I would put some parking next to the RV.
On the front lawn?
Yeah. Well, not-
Mr. Chairman, I think we have a question of fact here.
For the RV,
Walter?
and I would add to that pad.
We have a question of fact here when it comes to the 8-foot setback.
It's a side yard setback.
It's a side yard.
It's a side yard setback.
So it doesn't need that from the front?
Yeah,
There's nothing stipulating how far off the road.
Okay.
So essentially we're looking at a driveway here that holds a certain number of cars, and the neighbors have shown us a regular pattern, and the applicant has shown us a regular pattern that are somewhat different. But substantially similar, so we're trying to figure out.
It's a situation we always find ourselves in, is having to find a way through. And I think we've offered them a reasonable solution, which is to...
The reasonable solution, we're talking about...
Is the motion. Well, we need 3 spots. So are you telling me that you can't figure out how to rearrange your driveway, even with the RV where it is in the front of the house, to get 3 spots?
Yeah, I can.
You can, okay. So we don't care necessarily, because, you know, the RV in the front of the yard, although it might be unappealing to your neighbors, that's really more of a blight issue than a safety issue for us. So if you can figure out a way to configure your driveway so that there can be 3 spots that are available at all times, you know, that's the condition that we're...
I'm not sure why we need 3 spots when we said one coming at a time.
Well, really what we're talking about is not having any customer, which is a student in this case, park on the residential street. Is that correct? Yeah. Is that where we store all that?
So if I have 2 spaces side by side.
So they're showing us an example here where somebody just doesn't actually fit all the way in.
That's just sloppy parking. They didn't pull all the way out.
Right. So
that car is another 18 feet.
Right, and we're not. So
that car could have come all the way up into the driveway past this car.
So moving past the question, you know, like past facts, what are? I think our focus is no parking by customers on this narrow residential street. Correct. Right. So that's the substance of our condition.
All my students' parents have probably brought my driveway.
So is that the substance of the...
That's my concern is a safety one. I agree with you, Josh, that it's probably not the prettiest thing there. I'm not sure we have the power to regulate where this guy puts it on his property. That's his business, and maybe the neighbors don't like it. It's probably not a good idea, but it is his property. Having said that, I'm concerned about getting any cars out on the street, which is going to cause a traffic problem. So as long as what you're telling me is that you can park your cars and any students that come up there, you'll have the ability to park them all in your driveway and out on the street. That's what my main concern is. And you're willing to have that as a condition, which means that if you don't follow that condition, you're going to get a cease and desist order and you're going to be in trouble. So you're willing to live with that condition and ensure that those cars are parked in the driveway.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I've already had 6 people come out, and I'm thinking about putting a parking area, like I said, to the left, basically next to the RV, which would give me 2 more spaces. That should be more than enough.
So, staff, is that
into the setback?
There is no setback requirement.
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying.
is that okay that he changes his front yard into a parking area?
As long as it's on his property. I don't know where his property ends and the road begins.
Right.
And I'm not sure if Mike has any markers or mirrorstones on the corners.
So if we approve this with the conditions that you're okay to live with, and your students still continue to park in the street, those folks are going to call and complain to Reggie Reed, and she's going to go out there, and if it's out there and she sees it, then you're going to lose your right to do this.
Okay, well, can I tell you one little story?
Yep.
Okay. Minister for the Episcopal Church, Roger McLeod, I was giving historical lessons about maybe 10 years ago. And I had a neighbor next door that people were turning around the driveway. And I kept telling them, don't turn on the driveway, just go around the end. One day he wasn't thinking. In his collar and everything, in the rain, he happened to turn in the driveway. Neighbor comes out screaming and yelling at him. He rolled down the window and said, I'm sorry, sir. In his collar, right? And he said, sorry, sir, but Mike has told me many times not to park or turn around in the driveway. So I can keep telling people.
Are you saying that it's going to continue to be a problem?
No, I just think you say one time, I'm going to lose my permit. I mean,
that's not the...
That's not, we're not saying one time. What we're saying is that what Reggie would do is if someone complains, if a neighbor complains, she'll go out there. If she sees their problem, she'll be able to give you a fine.
Okay, but you know, as far as this, I would say mention that I never have friends come over. And as far as the LRL business, it isn't a business anymore. It was 15 years ago. I just basically take the town meetings. So that's not another business at the house. Okay, that's for starters. And again, we're talking about one car on Monday, one car on Wednesday, 2 cars on Thursday. We're not talking about 40, 50 people coming. Number 2, it's not a business like you have a handicraft person, and maybe one day there might be 10 or 15 people coming in, next people maybe none. I have the same students for 9 years, 8 years. You know what I'm saying? I know the same people are coming in all the time. So it's not like I'm all of a sudden going to have 20 people, in my front park in my yard.
All right, so to reiterate, if your neighbors call and complain about cars out in the street and zoning compliance goes there and sees it, they'll probably give you a warning the first time, but she's authorized to give you a fine on the hello. She can give you a $150 fine just to say hello to you.
But she has to make sure that they're not my friends parking on the street.
Sir, hold on a
you have to
second.
make sure it's a lesson.
To complain, can we give a picture, because the music lessons are short and quick. We're not going to be able to get in contact, especially if they're after hours with Reggie. And even last week, there were cars in the street, even with this parking that is there. Cars still go on the street, it's still a problem. We don't look the other way if you move your RV. If you don't move your RV, every time it snows you have a student, I'm going to complain. Every time someone's on the street, I'm going to complain. That's the problem.
Can I say something?
Yes.
If you've had the same people for 8 or 9
Yeah, we
years,
gotta
why
call
are
this
they parking
off, Mr.
in your
Chairman.
driveway?
We gotta either have people testifying additional stuff or not. We can't have yelling to the audience.
Right, so come on up and identify yourself.
If you have the same people for 8 or 9 years,
Could you identify your name and address for the record? Please come on to the podium.
I just have a quick
Mr.
question.
Chairman, is the 1 or 2 minute additional?
Paula Konareski, 192 Sperry Drive. If you have the same people 8 or 9 years, why aren't they parking in the driveway? They've been parking in the street. If you haven't communicated that to them?
Last week and a half, I told everyone, please park in the driveway.
But they're not doing it, so you can't even control your business. You can't control the parking.
When they come back, yeah, I'm in the driveway.
Ready?
So I'm not sure which one person did.
I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing. We've heard enough testimony about this matter.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Public hearing is closed. Let's make a decision. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a special permit for Michael Graziano to conduct a music school at 144 Sperry Drive, map 42, lot 84, as shown on an application dated 9/25/15. This application is approved with the following condition: that at no time shall vehicles for the music school or any other business that Mr. Graziano owns park on the road. This application is approved based upon a finding that the activity will have no adverse impact on the neighborhood. The special permit is effective on November 27, 2015, and upon filing with the town clerk.
I'll second that.
Do we have a second? Is there any other discussion?
Just for staff's reference, that's condition number 2 as drafted on the template. Condition number 1's not there.
Well, it was with additional language.
It had additional language to number 2.
The only other discussion I'll put forth is that the chair is not going to support this. It's not enforceable. These people are in a difficult situation now, and it's going to continue to be a problem. And we are putting more and more and more on enforcement staff. So certainly vote the way you would like, but the staff will not support this. The chair will not support this. Any other discussion?
Would you support it with this first condition?
Yes, I would. I would support it with the RV leaving the front yard. And that seems to be the only way to get this to actually happen. The first condition is what?
But it doesn't say leave the front yard.
What does it say?
First condition says the RV be parked in a location as to allow free access to the driveway and parking for at least 3 cars plus the occupants' cars. I mean, the problem that I have is that we can't really regulate the location of his RV unless they're saying the kids are getting in the RV and cutting themselves on it, or there are feral cats living in the RV. You know, I'm serious. Does it
block any sight lines as the people are backing out of the driveway?
That's what we can say.
Okay, so along those lines, I agree with you. However, by having the RV in the driveway, you're encouraging people to park out in the street. At least if it's not in the driveway, you have a wide open driveway, they'll pull into the driveway in all probability.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the key is you need to make the driveway available so that there can't be parking in there. Now, to the extent the RV is preventing that, I'm all for saying that it
can't prevent it, which I think is what the condition says, but I don't think we can say move it in the backyard or move it anywhere else on that property. That's not anything we can do. If the neighbors have a problem with that, perhaps there's another ordinance or regulation someplace that can be dealt with. But our job is to ensure that there's no safety issues here. This is a land use commission. We don't police good taste in town. Okay.
So that first condition says that, because it's not specifying where it goes, it's just saying make sure that
And I would be in support of that.
Let me modify my motion and I'll add the condition. So this will be condition 1, which is going to basically just say the RV be parked in a location as to allow free access to the driveway.
Could you repeat condition 2 as well, just?
And that at no time shall vehicles for the music school or any other businesses that Mr. Graziano owns be parked on the road.
So just a little bit further discussion on item 1. What does it specifically say? Parked in a way to allow free access to the driveway?
Free access to the driveway.
And that's the entire
at least 3 cars, plus the occupant's car.
Well, I'm not putting parking for at least 3 cars because I don't necessarily know, is that required?
I don't know if he needs 3 cars, but I think what's important is that the access to the driveway not be impaired wherever he decides to put this thing.
Right, so it can't be on the driveway.
No,
That's what
not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that it can't negatively impact parking in the driveway.
What does that mean?
What it means is that if people cannot park in the driveway, then the RV can't be in the driveway. If people can park in the driveway, then the RV can be in the driveway.
So he can leave the RV in the driveway and just say they're going to park on the side of it.
Yeah.
If he can get his cars and 3 more cars in there, or if he can get the necessary cars in there so that there's no parking on the street, that's fine.
Free access to the driveway.
But if he can't, then it's a problem and he's in violation of the conditions.
I second the motion. I'm willing to go with the change in the motion. So I think we have to clear.
Make sure our motion is clear.
Yeah. I think we have to understand, we can't tell him where to park it.
Right.
We just can't.
But we can
tell
say
him
that it has
because it's a safety issue, and it is. If it's not going to allow the cars to park where they need to be parked, then it's a safety issue. We have that control.
Okay.
Is that right?
That's my...
And Mr. Chairman, further, I mean, the residents of the neighborhood have clearly shown a strong effort to report and police this situation. So you're right that Reggie's going to be getting a lot of phone calls, but I'm sure that Reggie, within her discretion, will take the pictures into consideration, even if it isn't even if she doesn't show up and there's parking violations. I'm sure she'll say, okay, well, this happened on 30 different occasions. You're going to be fined. I'm positive that that's something that Reggie will do. So they do have recourse going forward.
So Reggie, that's true? If you see pictures, you're going to find?
Well, it'd be hard for them to stage a photograph.
No, they're not going to do that.
Well, hold up a newspaper. Tell us what you want us to do.
It would be hard to stage a photograph.
Right, and they're not going to do that.
No.
All right, so are you guys okay? And, just to re-clarify, we can't tell them where to park the RV, but we can say that there needs to be access to the driveway. And if you feel that there is a blight situation going on, I think Reggie is also the blight enforcement officer, no?
The RV is not blighted.
Okay.
The RV is in very good condition. It has all its tires, it has all of its lights, it has all its windows. It's inside.
It's an operable. You had to have a Mack truck push it into.
We can't take public testimony right now.
Right, so...
Johnson and I agree the RV is not blighted.
Okay, so she's made that decision. So we have the motion in front of us, and it contains both first and second provisions.
Slightly modified.
Slightly modified.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm opposed, so it's 6-1. You have some conditions you have to meet, sir. Congratulations. All right. How about Simon Draper and Liberato Pelosi? Thank you. Simon Draper, come on down, sir.
Good Good evening. I'm looking to apply, Lee Pelosi is not able to be here because of family matter. I'm looking to have an art studio in his property, which was a music school. We met 2 weeks ago.
Did you bring any art?
I did not.
Well, good. Thank you, sir. Stop that. Thank you. That's wonderful. Do you have any questions for this gentleman? No. Do we? Anyone else have any comments on this? Well, last chance. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Let's make a decision. Mr. Draper is here.
Voted that the Guilford Planning voted.
It's easy for you to say.
Voted that the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission approve a special permit revision for Simon Draper, Leverato, Pelosi for an artwork shop and storage at 125 Water Street, map 32, lot 17 as shown on an application dated 10/5/15. This application is approved with the following conditions. This special permit is approved for a period of 4 years and will expire on December 1st, 2019. This application is approved based upon a finding that the activity is less non-conforming than the previous use. The special permit is effective on November 27, 2015, and upon filing with the town clerk. Second.
Ooh, we have a second right away. Any other discussion?
What's the deal with the 4-year?
That was the duration of the last special permit that was approved, and there was some testimony from one of the neighbors that was an acceptable time frame for this one, so that's why it's in the draft.
Well, okay, we have a second. Any other discussion?
As Mr. Bill mentioned, this is somewhat less intensive use than the previous, and it's certainly less intensive than some past uses, like when it was a factory.
Yeah, a repair barn shed for a trolley. Well, good. Any other? Yes, sir. Sir, come on up, please. Oh, we closed the public hearing. Do you want to reopen it for Mr. John?
Well, we've already entertained the motion. I'm not sure.
Oh, we can't do that.
I think we heard testimony from you last time on
we did hear
the reduction of the use and the value of that. Is that correct, sir?
This has to do with the question of the length of the permit. The schedule is a revision of the existing permit. Can't be for a longer period of time.
Thank you, sir. So there you go, 4 years. Any other discussion?
4 years, okay. So we're keeping it at 4.
Yeah.
Call the question.
All those in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Draper. Artwork the next time. Artwork. Thank you, sir. All right. Cottage at Lake Quinnipiac. This is open. So anyone from the Cottage at Lake Quinnipiac? Oh, Mr. Beatty. Wonderful.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Jeffrey Beatty. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Cottage at Lake Quannapock LLC, and with me is Todd Anderson of Anderson Engineering. We're here to present the application.
Can't hear you.
Use the black microphone.
Oh, okay. Do I leave it on the stand or?
That's the one to the camera, the one that's doing it is the one that
That's the one I was speaking to. Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Jeffrey Beatty, 25 Boston Street. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Cottage at Lake Quannapock LLC, to present the special permit application, and with me is Todd Anderson of Anderson Engineering. So we'll be presenting the documents on behalf of our client. This is a special permit application for an accessory apartment at the property located at 286 Lake Drive in North Guilford. It's an R3 zone. The application is for an accessory apartment in a detached accessory building. The accessory building on this property is in existence and has been in existence for a period of at least 10 years. In fact, I've got a copy of the field card that shows that the outbuilding where the proposed detached accessory building is going to be constructed has been in existence since 1930, as the main house has. So if you'll give me a moment, I'll present to you the copies of the field card from the assessor's office that I obtained earlier today.
Jeff, I just want to remember, they're tearing this building down.
So if you look on the second page of the field card that I just handed to you, you'll see towards the bottom third of the page where it says detached outbuilding valuation. It has garage, or under type it says garage, shed, shed. And if you follow those lines over to about halfway through the page, you can see the year built is indicated as 1930 for each of those structures. So they're in existence on the property for more than 10 years, as is required by Section 273-19, subsection B, subsection 1, subparagraph A. The design of the building that Mr. Anderson can speak to, and is shown on the application and the plans that you have, shows that the unit has at least one outside entrance. It's a detached building, so it has an outside entrance, and it has a bathroom on site and kitchen facilities that are separate from the single-family dwelling, which is located in another area on the property. So that satisfies subsection B2 of Section 273-19 of the regulations. The apartment dwelling will be occupied by an owner of the premises. Either the apartment dwelling unit or the main residence will be occupied by an owner of the premises. Now, the property is owned by an LLC, but a member of the LLC submitted an affidavit, which I believe is attached to the application, indicating that he understands the requirements of the zoning regulations, that he either resides in the accessory apartment or the dwelling as his permanent residence. So that I have a copy of, which I'll submit to you as well, in case you don't have it with you.
Here. Thanks, Jeff.
And I'll just point out, paragraph 3 of the affidavit I just submitted says that I understand that either the single-family dwelling or the apartment dwelling unit must be occupied by an owner of the premises in order to meet with the requirements of the special permit requested. So that's signed by a member of the LLC that's the title holder to the property. I'm going to ask that or you may be able to see it on the plans that were submitted, but the subject property has a lot area equal to or greater than the minimum lot size as required by the zone. So it's in an R3 zone, which has a minimum lot size requirement of 20,000 square feet. The applicant's lot has a lot area of 33,800 square feet, so that's in excess of the minimum lot size. So that complies with Section 273-19B4 of the regulations. And also on the plan prepared by Mr. Anderson's office, it shows that there is room on the site for parking of up to 3 vehicles in the driveway. on the property, and there's also an existing garage with an additional 2 spaces, so there are 5 spaces available for parking on site. That satisfies 273-19B5 of your regulations. The architectural designs were submitted by Spindrift, make sure I get the name right, Spindrift Design LLC. And they indicate, and I believe Ms. Reed has reviewed the plans with the architect, they indicate that the apartment dwelling unit has a minimum floor area of 400 square feet in compliance with the regulations and is below the maximum area of 1,000 square feet, which is the maximum threshold in the regulations. So the proposed accessory dwelling unit is compliant with that requirement, which is subsection 6 of subparagraph B of section 273-19. The subsection 7 doesn't apply because it's not an accessory apartment in the building, but it is a detached building, so subsection 8 is applicable, and the commission needs to consider the proximity of the structure to the adjoining dwellings and property lines. The proposed building that's going to be, the building that's being proposed is well within the setback requirements of the zone, and I think you can see that. Maybe you could show them that on your plan, Mr. Anderson. Just bring it over to them.
Copies of it. But we have 48 feet to the sideline and 44 feet to the front setback, or the front road line.
Is there any water problems?
There is a well right here that is fairly recent. I'm not sure what year it was drilled, but that seems it provides sufficient water.
But you don't have any water issues?
Do we have a way of seeing? No, we've already been through the Wetlands Commission, had their approval to place the structure that close to the wetlands.
That's okay with you, Council?
And we have erosion controls in place to prevent anything happening to the lake.
Sir, in there, they had a way of seeing that. You're welcome to come up and look at it right now.
If you guys want to look,
I have one question. I'm a friend of the person who lives next door.
We're not a question.
We'll get a question. Okay, so.
Yeah, we want public input too.
Where's the leaching field for this? Okay. Okay.
So this is tying into the existing leaching field for the other house?
Okay.
And that was just updated,
The leaching field was just updated recently to accommodate both units.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
How many bathrooms?
Just so the commission is aware.
I'm not exactly sure how many bathrooms there are. There's one in the proposed apartment, and I think there's 2 in the existing house.
Any bedrooms, how many?
Here is the key.
Oh, there's going to be a total of 5 bedrooms.
They made me expand my septic system for an extra one. That's good.
Structure.
Is it any room to be accepted?
It's less than 1,000 square feet.
Less than 1,000.
Yes, less than 1,000.
The floor area is less than 1,000 square feet, but it's over 400.
So this is Lakeside Feed, and then you pull up and around.
Yes, right. This is the east side of the building.
So you're next to Aaron's.
I don't know. Next to who?
Aronson?
I'm not sure where they are.
Here's the
That Point Arrowhead Road runs, there's 2 houses up the road from there, and then there's that Point Arrowhead Road that goes in, the private road.
the third or fourth house on the left.
There's a big slope down to the lake right behind. Good, thanks, Jeff.
I'll leave this here with you.
Yeah, I'll leave that also.
There's a letter.
So I think that's fine.
Oh, okay.
You're done?
So,
Anita? Kevin?
I don't believe that sub-paragraphs or subsections 9 and 10 of the regulations are applicable, but subsection 11 provides that the building shall the resulting building shall maintain to the maximum extent possible the appearance of the original building. Said building shall look like an accessory building such as a garage, barn, carriage house, or shed, and not have the appearance of a single-family dwelling. I've got a photo of the property of the building that's there right now that I'd like to present, as well as the architect's drawings of what's being proposed. I don't have a color copier, so I have the original in color, so you can share that. But here's that's the existing structure. It's there right now.
That's the proposed.
I haven't seen it yet. Sure. This separate dwelling, is that a part of the property?
Pardon?
This separate dwelling here, is that a part of the?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Do you have that survey that I just showed you?
That's going away, and the new one's going where it is.
Somewhere else.
Well, that's going away, and this is the new one.
So
This is going away, sir?
Commissioner Underhill, this is, that building is right here in this footprint.
Which building? There's two buildings.
This
little one. Is that
it's on the property.
Is that a residential or is it storage area? It looks like a storage area.
It was used as a small apartment for years. Yeah.
So it's got a bathroom area?
It does not have a bathroom, but there was a person who lived in it.
I don't think there was running water.
No, there was not.
What did they get all those necessities of life?
Back in the main house. I think it was used by someone who visited.
How does it qualify as an apartment?
Wait, Mr. Chairman, we got to do this on the record.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
All right, so my question is, if it didn't have a bathroom and if it didn't have running water, what's the criteria that something is an apartment and not just a shed that someone's living in?
Well, I don't think the regs require that it be an apartment. It just has to have been an existing structure on the premises.
How many cars did they take?
This has 2 cars in here, and this was used as like a farm stable kind of thing. You can see where they, at one point in time, they kept horses in there.
The regulations, if I understand the question correctly, you're asking whether or not the existing structure qualified as an apartment.
Right.
And the regulations don't require that it have been used as an apartment. It just says the applications for an apartment in a detached or partially detached accessory building, or this is 27319B, subsection 1, subparagraph A. It says for applications for an apartment in a detached or partially detached accessory building, the accessory building shall have existed for a period of at least 10 years prior to application for the apartment dwelling unit. The building has existed since 1930.
Right.
Whether or not it qualified as an apartment, I don't know, but it's been there for that long.
Right. Thank you.
So the design that I think I have there.
Jeff, we're tripling the size of the structure, though, right?
Right, but it's still within your regulation.
Within the regs, okay. And it says, and it will be 5 feet farther back from the lake in the current iteration.
I haven't done the math, but I know it will be further back. Well, the structure it is, the deck is
the structure itself is approximately 15 feet further away from the lake, and then there's a deck that's on the back of the proposed apartment.
Yeah, okay. Is this deck raised? It's on the front level. Is it raised?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The closest window on this side.
I couldn't tell you how long that is. This is the design of what's proposed.
Are you questioning where this proposed apartment is in relation to that window?
In relation to the current existing structure, we have,
you can see
this structure is this close to the lake, and then the deck is somewhat farther back than the structure.
The structure is going to be on the road side of that little chimney.
Is there
So the edge of the structure to the lake will be 15, there will be 15 additional feet of space from the edge of the actual structure to the lake, and then the porch to the lake will be
About an additional 5.
about an additional 5?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Walter,
That chimney shown right here in the picture is that little teeny square shown.
Is where the structure will end, and then the
so this was seen by the Inland Wetlands Commission. They reported favorably on this.
There's a letter in the record, which I can read.
Let's hear it.
All right. This is a letter to the Guilford Planning and Zoning Commission from Kevin McGee. During a site walk conducted by the Inland Wetland Commission, it was observed that cleaning of the hillside between the proposed apartment and the lake was conducted without the approval of the Inland Wetlands Commission. Vegetated buffers, especially on steep hillsides, are important features to protect the quality of the lake from development. To mitigate this concern, the Inland Wetland Commission requested an after-the-fact wetlands application, which included a mitigation plan for the illegal clearing. The mitigation plan prepared by Anderson Engineering and Associates shows the planting of 14 plants consisting of 8 bayberry shrubs, 6 mountain laurels, and 6 mountain laurels to be replaced on the hillside. The Guilford Inland Wetlands Commission at its October 14, 2015 meeting approved a regulated activity for a permit to conduct a regulated activity. 286-300 Lake Drive, map 62, lot 11, zone R3, excavation, grading, and construction of an accessory apartment with construction of a driveway within 100 feet upland jurisdictional review area shown on zoning location survey and Lake Drive, Guilford, Connecticut, dated 7/30/15 and revised on 9/9/15 with conditions. A second application was approved by Inland Wetlands Commission at its November 10, 2015 meeting for the after-the-fact permit to conduct regulated activities for the removal of trees within 100 feet upland jurisdictional review area.
That's great. Thanks, Josh. Terrific.
Just following the regulations, the permit procedures, section 273-19C, provides that we submit the affidavit. I've given you a copy of that, and also a report prepared by a Marion Sailor professional engineer verifying the adequacy of the sewage disposal and water supply systems for the single-family dwelling in an accessory apartment. I don't have that, but what I do have, as was in response to the question from the commission earlier, is the central sewage system exception application that was submitted earlier this year and the discharge permit that was issued by Dennis Johnson of the Health Department following the installation of the septic system that contemplates a 5-bedroom system, which is what we're proposing. So the system was designed with the intent that it would serve the renovated accessory building in the bathroom that was going to be included in that structure. And that system was what was installed, has been inspected by the health department, or Dennis Johnson, and he's issued a discharge permit, which I'd like to present to you as well.
Thank you. Maybe pace it out. Thank you.
I think the discharge permit is the second page, and then there's a as-built drawing of the system showing the location of the tank and the leaching fields.
This system has been installed already.
It's been installed.
Just not hooked up to what's going to be the...
Exactly.
Here, we can give one, if there are 3 specific members of the public who want to see this, the discharge is on the second page, we just have this copy if you'd like.
Maybe not.
No.
What else you got, Jeff? Anything else?
Just that I believe that we've complied with the requirements of the section 273-19, and we've also complied with the special permit process application. The notices were sent to the neighbors. I believe Mr. Anderson submitted the evidence of the green cards or the certified mail return receipts. We've published or posted a sign on the premises letting the public know that this application was going forward. So I think we've satisfied the requirements of the regulations with regard to getting this application approved, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you or members of the public might have.
One of the requirements is that one of the two units must be occupied by an owner.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Looking at the card that you took from the town hall, it looks like this was purchased by the Cottage of Lake Quanapog LLC.
Could you speak on the mic, please?
It looks like this was purchased by an LLC. It looks like this was purchased by an LLC, and the address is 960 Route 6, Street 170, Mahopac, New York, 10541. In addition to that, so I guess my question is, it says that one of these two units has to be, the dwellings must be occupied by an owner of the premises. So who in fact, because it's an LLC, who is going to be the occupant?
One of the members of the LLC.
So on this thing, Jeff, that you, Attorney Beatty, that you're given, it's got all kinds of notary stampings on it, and it looks like these notary stampings might be from actually another country.
Yes, my client's out of the country.
So is the person that's going to move here and occupy this?
Yes, that's the person who signed the affidavit.
Okay.
Can there be a follow-up question?
In a minute, there will be. Any other questions from the commissioners? Would you like to entertain questions from the audience? Sure. If you have a question, you need to come up, identify yourself, the whole...
My name is Tim Stone. My name is Tim Stone. I'm with Joyce Donovan, who lives next door to the property. And my question is about the ownership. I understand that the owner is from India. I understand, though, the issue about the LLC, a member of the LLC will be living there. Joyce has a problem with having rentals being conducted by somebody who is not living on the property. So I don't quite understand that issue. It sounded like he said that the owner was going to live there. But I don't think the owner, the man from India, I don't know his name or I would use it, is going to live there. It sounds like some member of the LLC. I don't understand what that means.
Well, maybe Attorney Beebe would like to explain what a member means in terms of ownership.
Sure. An LLC is a corporate entity. And so it doesn't have a physical body like you or I do. It's not an individual. And so it's not like a corporation where you have shareholders or stockholders in the corporation, and it's not a partnership like you would have where you have partners that own the partnership. The name of the term that's used to describe the owners of an LLC is a member. And so you can have single member LLCs where one person, one individual or trust or company owns all of the membership interest in the LLC.
Is this a single member LLC?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Because you can't really then say who is going to occupy the property and be in charge of the rental.
The member who submitted the affidavit says that he's going to comply with the terms of the zoning regulations, which means that one member will have to live on the property.
Could you use his name so we know who we're talking about?
I don't know.
Is that the owner of the property?
No, the owner of the property is the LLC.
Well, I don't think the LLC can occupy the property. Who is going to occupy the property and rent the apartment?
As I said, one of the members will occupy the property as a primary residence.
Am I slow, or do you guys understand?
Well, I think I know what you're saying, Jeff. And so could I ask another question? Can the members of the LLC change over time?
Yes.
I asked if the members of the LLC could change. So theoretically, whoever the LLC owns this could say that Joe Blow is a member and he's going to own it this week, but next month Mary Smith can own it. And that would be perfectly in keeping with our zoning requirement.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was the owners of the LLC, if I establish an LLC and I own it, and I want to transfer ownership of the LLC, I have to sell that to someone else the same way I would sell.
Okay, so the member of the LLC is constant until the entity is sold.
Or until the membership interest is sold, yes.
And so one of the members of the LLC will be the person living in this home.
Correct. And just so the commission is clear, it's not unusual for real property to be owned by limited liability companies. I'm sure and that's true whether they're residential properties or commercial properties. There are many, many limited liability companies formed throughout the state to hold title to real estate for a variety of reasons. Sometimes for limiting liability because there are other assets that the member has that they want to shield from liability if something happens on this property, sometimes for estate planning purposes. So there's nothing surreptitious or deceitful going on by holding title in the name of an LLC.
I agree. Other questions? Any other questions?
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Dawn Starr. I want to follow up on the LLC concept, and what I'd like to inquire about is whether or not the affidavit indicates that only a single member will be the occupant, as opposed to what was pointed out. If they have 52 members, it could be a different person every week, and it would still be a member occupying it. So my concern is we don't know how many members exist and whether it's going to be the same member, and does the affidavit provide and address that? Thank you.
The affidavit that was executed by the member of the LLC is the affidavit that the land use office has prepared in connection with these applications. And that says that they are the owner of the property at 286-300 Lake Drive, shown as Guilford, Connecticut, is shown as Assessor's Map 62, Lot 11, that their dwelling has existed on the lot since 1930. And this is, I think, is the relevant portion of the affidavit, that I understand that either the single-family dwelling or the apartment dwelling unit must be occupied by an owner of the premises in order to meet the requirements of the special permit requested. So it's evidencing a understanding of the requirements of the zoning regulations and the responsibility to comply with those regulations. The affidavit that has been prepared by the town in connection with these applications doesn't specify the form of ownership, whether it's corporate, limited liability, a corporation, a limited liability company, or partnership. And so they completed this using the form that they thought was most appropriate for the application. So
now, does it matter that the individual who signed this didn't sign as a member of the LLC, didn't sign as the president of the corporation, didn't sign as anything but an individual? There's nothing next to his name to indicate his status. So by reading this, I'm reading this that I am the owner, and he signed his name to it, and that I will occupy it. So this person signed that he owns it and that he will occupy it. Am I misunderstanding the legal terminology here?
Ideally, it would have said that he signed it as a member.
But it doesn't say that. It says he's going to.
Right.
So is he, and again, I know you're counsel, I know you don't know all the particulars, is he going to, he has to occupy this person has to occupy this in order for this to be cool?
My understanding is that he is aware that he needs to occupy it. And
he himself, this person has to occupy it.
Correct.
And until we hear otherwise and change that until he sells the property, he is the only person that can live here by nature of this form.
I believe that's I don't know what his understanding was
But
when he
that is
signed it,
my
but
understanding.
that's the way that this appears.
Okay, so
Who is that you're referring to?
please come up, sir. So what I noticed is that he didn't sign it as an officer of a corporation, he signed it as an individual, so that means that he has to be the actual occupant, this gentleman or lady.
Right, right. So you're asking, does he have to become the occupant?
And Attorney Beatty has said,
No, he said that any member of the LLC.
that was before we noticed that it didn't have a title. That now, Attorney Beatty, in light of the fact that it doesn't have a title and signed by an individual, is your understanding now that that individual has to occupy this until this changes?
I don't know what his state of mind was when he signed this, but
as an attorney
this
in the state of
indicates that
Connecticut.
I would say that he understands that he needs to occupy it as his residence, either the main structure or the accessory apartment, because that's what the regulations require.
Right. And
that he intends to comply with the requirements of the special permit requested.
And that on this form, it says that he is going to occupy it himself, and he has signed this. And so if someone else is occupying that, then that is not in keeping with this agreement that we have.
I would imagine, not to go back to the earlier application, but if there were an issue, that the land use offices would be getting a call that this wasn't being used in the spirit in which the application was approved.
Good. That's perfect. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Any other questions? Oh, we have a...
Heather Moore, I live at 285 Lake Drive across the street. In the zoning rules, it says that they have to have it as an exclusive residence for at least 9 months of the year. So can you guys explain to me what that means?
Staff, you want to handle this? Does that mean they have to live there for 9 months out of the year?
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. We had an application a long time ago, and it was questioned whether or not the applicant lived on the property, and he said he didn't live there full-time. And the commission decided that in order to meet the criteria for living there full-time, they had to be there 9 months of the year, which gives somebody 3 months to be able to go on vacation. Many people like to go someplace warm in the winter.
Right. So that, again, 9 months they have to live there.
So if they travel for business and they're gone for 3 weeks during that middle of that 9-month period, where's the line drawn there? Does he, obviously we're not going to check that it's going in
I remember the hearing it out, and I'll try to answer that for you. What the intent was is for people to say they're living there, and they live there 1 month, and then the other 12 months they're officially living someplace else. Now, like any of us, if we're living in our homes, but we have an assignment for 3 months or 4 months for our business, that we have to go someplace else, that's different. Our residence is still there, but we're away on business. What it's intended to prevent is somebody trying to take advantage of us and live there 1 year, 1 month, have another home in another state for 3 months, someplace else for 4 months, and try to say that they're living there. So it was a minimum of 9 months, but that doesn't mean that they cannot be out of the home for normal course of business, or if they're in the hospital or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, conversely, that also means that they can't stop by once every 6 months for a week and say, I live here, this is my residence.
Right, it's a bona fide residence.
I guess my question is, how is that monitored? Because nobody's going to be sitting there watching your house.
Well, again, it's the kind of thing that we don't send Reggie out at midnight to
do a gut check.
But we may.
To kick the door down and find out if they're living there. But if you see something that you think is suspicious, that the person isn't there, you can report that and it will be investigated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of other concerns that are unrelated to the occupancy. Should I address them now, or?
Get them out.
Okay. The other issue is the item 11 says, for apartments proposed in detached or partially detached accessory buildings, the resulting building shall maintain to the maximum extent possible the appearance of the original building. Said building shall look like an accessory building, such as a garage, barn, carriage house, or shed, and not have the appearance of a single-family dwelling. So I looked at the proposal for the house, and to me, it looks like a single-family dwelling. It's in fact larger than many of the houses in the neighborhood, and if you include the deck area, it would be larger than my home across the street. So how do we define the difference between what looks like a single-family dwelling and accessory apartment?
I don't know, Jeff or Todd, maybe you can articulate the differences, or?
I think it's hard to come up with a definition because it's to a certain extent an aesthetic question that could be different from each member of the commission may have a different idea as to what constitutes a garage, a carriage house, or a shed. The design the existing structure, I think, looks like a dwelling. It's a small dwelling, but it looks like a dwelling. The proposed structure is larger than that, yes, but I think it's in keeping with what's on the site as well, and also in keeping with, I think, the character of the neighborhood, which is multiple cottages in relatively small lots along Lake Quannapock. So I don't think, from an aesthetic perspective, that what's being proposed would look out of character relative to what's in the neighborhood.
So, ma'am, could you tell us that regulation number again?
It's number 11 on section B.
What does it say specifically?
It says, for apartments proposed in detached or partially detached accessory buildings, the resulting building shall maintain to the maximum extent possible the appearance of the original building. Said building shall look like an accessory building such as a garage, barn, carriage house, or shed, and not have the appearance of a single-family dwelling.
Good. Thank
And
you.
I'll just say I disagree. I don't think it looks like a dwelling. If you've looked at it up close, I don't think anybody would think anybody lives in it. It's tiny. It does have windows and a door, but other than that, many sheds, garages, things like that have it. So I don't think it's just enlarging what looks like an existing dwelling. As mentioned before, there's no plumbing, no electricity out there, I don't believe, so. And then my only last concern is the parking. I realize that they have made parking spaces according to the compliance, but the landscaping of the yard, there's a fence along the front of the house and then trees along the other side, so there's no additional parking besides what they're providing. And with the building of the accessory building, most of the yard will be covered up, and I've had issues before. Again, we live on a small residential street, and not during these owners, but previous owners, they've had people come over and they park in front of my house, block my driveways, and it's a problem. So I would ask that if it is approved, that there's additional parking provided. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, it would seem that the presentation's been fully made and the questions have been fully aired. It might be appropriate to table down to the next public hearing date.
More questions.
Oh, okay.
Don't rush.
So, we have time.
We'll do it.
Because at the second hearing, if they want to review things that occurred at this one, they still, of course, have time to do that.
My name is Joyce Donovan, and I'm adjacent to this property, and I do oppose it. I am definitely concerned about this new, it's called Airbnb, since there's already one in our neighborhood. And recently, New York and California have raised a lot of safety concerns about this new phenomena and are making changes to make sure that they ban them. One thing I find really amazing is we are not sure of the intentions of the new owners of this property. They cut down 20-plus trees very close to the lake without the consent of the wetlands, asking them first, and covered up everything around to hide the visibility. In addition, they covered up 60 years of household garbage, pans, cans, bottles, frames.
Mattresses.
Pardon?
Mattresses.
Mattresses that were buried in the bank of the lake with all the wood chips from all these trees that were cut down. Another interesting point, last month, the landscaper told me that he would not have any work over there next year because they want to get the permits and flip the house, or flip the property. Their realtor told them to wait until next March and put it on the market then because the sales would be higher. So do we really know what their intentions are? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm a friend of Joyce's, and I think the real question is, what she said is, what is the intention? She didn't mention this, but after the person bought the property, he had her tear down her wall, which he said was 5 feet over in his property, and I guess you can do that. And she had to move her wood pile and, try to accommodate that. And she got a letter recently, I think some of you may have a copy of that. She got a letter I don't want to say threatening, but saying that she's 5 inches over on the property and that she has to move the wall again. So there's not a lot of good faith going on between this owner and someone in the neighborhood. And I just would also mention that he wanted to buy her house, and when she gave a price, which is what it was on the market for a couple years ago, he declined to want to buy the house. And that's when he had her move the wall, and then she gets another letter about that. So these are all questions from residents who live in a highly residential area. They're all close together, and they don't want to see this turned into some sort of commercial venture. That's my opinion of what they're saying. Okay.
I'm Carol DeVille. I live on 1079 Route 80. I use the lake a lot. I like to swim there. I'm concerned about the question of rental, building another accessory building to rent. For what duration of time? Is this becoming a vacation cottage? Will it be a 2-week rental, or is it a year-long rental? Well, what does that mean? I'm not an attorney. I'm not an architect. I'm not on the Planning and Zoning Commission. There are zoning regulations, and I see them bent in Guilford all the time. Believe me, I'd love it if I could, snap my fingers and have my 12.5 interior acres on Route 80 be able to put up a bunch of pop-up places and change the rules and profit on it. If I could do that, I could live a little more comfortably. But I'm not doing that. I respect the land. I respect the lake. I question the fact that people are a corporation. Is this a corporation that has personhood, that's going to occupy for at least 9 months of the year one of the buildings on this property, that we're then going to make a little teeny shed 3 times as large and rent it? It's on a lake. We've scrubbed the trees off the lake. We've covered the rubble that's there with the chips. So we've already disrespected the property big time. We've disrespected the planning and zoning regulations and the processes. And now we're coming in with, an attorney that's telling us, well, I'm not sure who's going to live there. The LLC is going to live there. Who's the LLC? Well, I'm not sure. One member of the LLC. There's a lot of double talk going on here, and I think we have made zoning regulations that need to be respected. We've made them for a reason. If we're going to turn Lake Drive, which has a 10 or 15 mile an hour speed limit that's constantly violated, a narrow little road, are we going to make this a vacation destination? Heaven forbid. I hope we don't see this as another part of our economic development, which will turn into trashing that whole area. The lake is very stressed. There's a meeting tomorrow night about it. These people already have proved themselves capable of disregarding inland wetlands big time. And now they're asking for permission to do something else. Well, it doesn't sound good to me, and I would urge you to vote it down. Thank you.
Let me just ask, you say that the regulations get bent and things aren't followed. Which specific regulations are you saying are not following here?
When they cut the trees down?
Well, that has nothing to do with the special, what they're asking for here for the accessory apartment.
No, it does. It has to do, sir, with the spirit of the way they're operating.
What regulation are they not following?
They were not following the regulations about having property on a lake and honoring that property. And the regulations, maybe they're not zoning regulations, they're inland wetlands. But are we not all one? Is this not all one issue? Is this not, it's one piece of property. We can't slice it up and say this, this, and this.
Now, I'm just asking you which number of regulation and paragraph are they not following?
And I'm saying they were not following the inland wetlands regulation.
Okay, but that's the Inland Wetlands Commission, and they approved it.
They approved it after the fact.
Nonetheless, they approved it. That's where that argument, if you're not following the Inland Wetlands regulation, those arguments should have been raised with them at that hearing.
Okay, I wasn't notified of that meeting. I wasn't aware of it.
Okay.
Okay? All right? But I would question, what I'm questioning is, if you would come into a piece of property, disregard an existing regulation, wherever it is, it's one town, it's one lake, it's one property, right? Now we're saying, you know...
I'm just asking with the regulations that we have jurisdiction under. Which
no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. You don't have jurisdiction over that.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
I'm not saying that you. I'm not trying to fault you for doing something improperly.
Okay.
All right. But I'm questioning. You know, how long is this going to be rented for? Are we making a little, you know, motel area here? Are we going to have a lot of these little pop-up places that we can rent along a scenic lake? Is that what this is going to be? What's the duration of the rental? Who is the person? Is it the corporation that's now personhood? Is that who is going to be occupying it? I think those are important questions to be considered. And so I would request respectfully that you decline.
Okay,
thank you.
Good. Anybody else? Anything else, Jeff? All set? Mr. Anderson?
No, happy to answer any other questions if the commission has any, or the public.
Make a motion, we continue it.
Good.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we continue the application for the second mandatory public hearing on December 2nd.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have Mr. and Mrs. Iglesias. Is that that's not the one that's going? It's not all that is going next time. So Iglesias.
But we continued that.
We did.
No, we did.
Yes, it did.
No, we didn't continue that.
This is the first hearing. I will make a motion to continue right now to 12:02.
They're here.
Are they here? That was one of the two days.
No, that was Seaside.
Right, here they are.
He's getting ready.
Yeah, you also consider this one, but I wrote it.
This is the one we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, I'm Russell Campaign with CK Architects, 131 Boston Street, and I'm here representing Ray and Christine Iglesias, who are residents at 1 Broad Street, which is the yellow house on the corner of River Street and Broad Street. We are here for a special permit to allow a structure greater than 700, or an accessory structure greater than 750 square feet. What we're looking to do is, there's an existing carriage house on the property that dates to the late 1800s. It's a decorative carriage house, Victorian style, that's it's set back from the house. It was built as a carriage house, and so it has a wood floor with a crawl space underneath, and that does not allow cars to be stored in it because you can't store cars on a wood floor. And they're interested in the property and the history of the property. It actually sits on a foundation that looks to date much earlier. It's a fieldstone foundation that's slightly smaller than the building above. Their interest in maintaining and not filling that in and putting a slab in is something that they, with the care that they've taken with the rest of the development of the property, they'd like to continue it. So in order to get one car out of the rain, it's actually a Tesla, but they want to have one spot in order to be able to store and charge that car. And so we're proposing to add on to the existing carriage house, which is currently 957 square feet, a one-bay garage that is 287 square feet, making the grand total for the whole carriage house 1,244 square feet. So I think that it fits well within the guidelines of the 20% total coverage that is allowed on the property. We're actually only covering 6.7% of the property with both the house and the outbuilding. There was at one time a proposal to potentially subdivide the property, but that is not something that this client is looking to do. So it is the whole. So it's much larger than the area properties in the underlying zone. And I think it is in the interest of maintaining and keeping the historic content of the carriage house, which is very much a part of Broad Street. All of the major houses from that vintage have a decorative carriage house off on the side, and so I think maintaining the history and the structure in its current state is beneficial. We have gone before a Historic District Commission and gained approval for this addition. There's one modification that we went through when we spoke to them, which is the same exact lot coverage, but we actually made the addition 1 foot wider and 1.5 feet or so less deep. So it's the same square footage, but it actually works around a sill and some other things in order to still have room for the car to pull in. So it's the same square footage, it's just slightly wider, and that was approved by Historic District Commission. And I have updated plans I can submit that show that slight adjustment to the appearance. Okay.
Sounds great. What does it look like? Does it look like?
Oh, yes, I can show that. Okay. So in the plan, you can see on the site setback, we're putting it on the western side of the building. We'll expand the driveway slightly in order to allow access into it. There'll be a slab on grade. And then the front facade is here, and it has the historic gable and the sort of twin round windows and such. We're basically keeping it simple. It's set back from the front facade, so it maintains this corner, and it's a lean-to with a similar rafter tail to the main building here. And we have a decorative overhead door that looks like a carriage house door, but it isn't an overhead door that goes in. And we're continuing a similar siding technique that goes around. So it's in keeping. It's actually tucked back and allows this to stay prominent. You can see on the back side, it's very simple. We're not really proposing any changes except for some lighting on the back side. And on this side, we're actually proposing a decorative window that faces back to the house that matches the existing windows in the house.
Very nice. Looks good. Good. Any questions?
I think maybe a typo question. I think you said 1,244?
Yep.
Because our document says 1,224 to allow a 1,224 square foot. Is that just a?
Well, that was what was advertised, so I guess that's what we have to meet. I have on my plan 1,244, but I don't know. Maybe that was gone. I think we can make the probably 20 feet work by taking just 4 or 5 inches off of the width. But
well, we got the application before we had the plan, so we had a.
So could we move the changes to 1,244?
Well, there was another hearing on this. I think maybe what we can do is go back and figure out what's actually.
Okay. I think this is accurate. I think it is 1,244. So if we can make that change, but does it have to be re-advertised or?
Well, we have to have another hearing anyway. Mm-hmm. So we can, in the second advertisement, we can make it 1,244. I don't think there'll be any issues with that.
That would be appreciated.
Another reason to have that second hearing. It's great.
Perfect. It's great.
Well, thank you, Russ. That's great. Appreciate it. No other questions, right? Any questions from the audience? No? Someone want to table this?
I'll make a motion to continue this to the December 2nd public meeting. Thanks, Rick.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 74 Seaside is off. And the folks are here for the day. So petition from Guilford Youth and Family Services, amend zoning code 2732, add Article 12 regarding medical marijuana dispensary. Can I get a motion to open?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Day, anyone from Day want to come down? Come on down.
My name is Bo Hume. I'm a resident at 465 Clambert Hill Road, and I'm a member of the Executive Committee. We have proposed an amendment to the zoning regs dealing with the medical marijuana issue. We were aware that this was going to be a very long meeting with a lot of people present who are concerned about the Whitfield Street issue, so we thought we would do our very best to just quickly introduce our proposed amendment and bounce most of our stuff to the next, to the second hearing. We do have a number of students who actually had urged our committee to get involved with this issue and be active on it, and I wanted to give them a chance to speak very briefly about it. What we're proposing is that medical marijuana facilities would be prohibited in Guilford. We will run through our legal arguments, which I know will be of real concern to you, whether or not you have the power to do that. We thought also that the public health aspect of the issue is going to be very important to you in making the decision, and we'll spend some time on that aspect of it, but not much of that tonight. If I could, I'll just turn it over to our student leaders. These three are all co-chair of the day committee. We have 2 adults and 3 kids as chairpersons of our group. So I guess this is Jane. You introduce yourself.
I'm Jane Marchand. My address is 171 Andrews Road. I'm a senior at Guilford High School. Day believes it is truly important to monitor what we show our youth. And the medical marijuana dispensary is definitely something we want to stay away from. The more kids who are acclimated to the use of marijuana, the more likely they are to think it is okay and or healthy to use. Having a marijuana dispensary in our beautiful town will not only be an eyesore, but it will open up our youth to the possibilities and dangers of marijuana. Guilford is already 7.1% higher than the national average for the use of marijuana. We, as a community, have a duty to make sure this percentage only decrease, not increase. Thank you.
I'm Anthony Slate, 1889 Little Meadow Road. I'm a junior in high school, and when I walk through the halls of Guilford High School, you can tell who does drugs and who doesn't. I've lost many friends over the course of my years in Guilford because they've chosen to do marijuana, and they left me out because I wasn't cool enough, because I didn't do drugs with them. I feel like this isn't what we're trying to have the youth in Guilford see. when we have one of these dispensaries in Guilford, I think that this will only promote the use of marijuana amongst youth.
Hi, I'm Daniela. I live at 197 Village Pond Road. And I just kind of want to quickly sum up. I know at the first meeting that this was discussed, I was asked many times if there had to be one, where would I put it? And I was completely stumped on that answer because no matter where kids go, at least some of us will see it. And of course, we'll talk to our other friends about it. And at that point, we're getting desensitized to it. And it's not necessarily that we'll get marijuana from this medical dispensary, but it will make us think that the town thinks it's okay. So I just want to say that it's really important to me that there is absolutely no medical marijuana dispensary anywhere in our town because it has a much larger impact than you may think.
I'm Elizabeth Ott. I live at 197 Village Pond Road, and I'm one of the adult co-chairs in Guilford Day. It's very important to delay, as long as we can, youth exposure to marijuana. The statistics clearly show that the earlier an individual starts smoking, drinking, or using drugs, the greater the risk of developing an addiction. 9 out of 10 people with substance abuse issues started using prior to age 18. 1 in 4 Americans who smoked, drank, or used other substances before 18 currently suffer from a substance abuse issue. People who began using addictive substances before age 15 are nearly 7 times more likely to develop a substance problem than those who delay use until they're 21 or older. Every year that we can delay exposure during the period of adolescent brain development, which interestingly is only equaled by the brain development that goes on in infants and toddlers, the risk of addiction decreases. I understand that some people may need medical marijuana, and it's available in Brantford, which if you have a driver's license or if you have a caregiver with a driver's license, is doable. But for a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old, that makes it considerably more difficult to get. The kids have talked about desensitization, and that's a really important issue. And so if we can keep it out of Guilford, our kids are going to be significantly more better off. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dana Helmer. I am the coordinator for Guilford Day. I'm a Madison resident, but I work here, obviously, in Guilford for Guilford Day. And I strongly oppose having a medical marijuana dispensary here in town and production facility, largely because it's a public health issue. And what I want to do is just share with you a little bit of the science about medical marijuana and how it affects the teenage brain. First of all, there's a lack of research that supports that there's any medical benefit to marijuana. And the reason why there's a lack of research, the kind of research that we see done with drugs, is because it's illegal federally, which means there cannot be research done by way of federal grants because it is in fact illegal. So for that reason, there is not proper research, but rather there's anecdotal evidence that people use to support the use of medical marijuana. And I can't help but ask myself, why are we rushing? Why are we rushing to put out medical marijuana when in fact it has not been researched properly? There are a lot of harmful effects. First of all, medical marijuana is modified, just like a lot of other crops out there. It is modified so much so that it is not the marijuana that we grew up with, that is the marijuana of yesteryear. In fact, it is 4 to 40 times stronger than the marijuana that was in the 1960s. Marijuana is addictive. In fact, 1 in 6 kids that try marijuana will become addicted, and there are 10,000 addicted marijuana students. These are high school students, 10,000 that are addicted right here in the state of Connecticut, and that is not okay. Also, 26% of those that use marijuana will go on to use harder drugs. In fact, almost all of heroin users started as marijuana users. So you can see that this is a big public health issue. Also, there's effects on the brain. It actually changes the brain. It can derail dopamine levels, and it can actually have a long-term effect for people that use marijuana on a long-term basis. It can actually shrink two areas of the brain that are responsible for emotions, and that is the amygdala, I can't pronounce it correctly, and the hippocampus. Also, marijuana is significantly linked to mental illness, specifically schizophrenia and psychosis. It also increases anxiety and increases depression. I also want to share that marijuana has a big impact on learning and also on memory. People that use marijuana 3 to 5 times a week, specifically teenagers that do, have demonstrated that they lower their IQ by up to 6 points. And that is according to a study by Duke University. It also impairs decision-making ability. And kids that start marijuana under the age of 17 are over 60% less likely to complete high school. So these are just some of the issues. There are more as it relates to driving, as it relates to crime. But what I want to really instill upon you today is that this is a public health issue. It's a very strong issue, and it is an issue here in Guilford. Thank you for your consideration.
Ma'am, I have one question for you.
Yep.
Since you said you were from Madison, are you familiar with Madison's regulations?
I am familiar that they have 2 zoning areas in Madison.
And would you say that you oppose what Madison did?
I do oppose it, although I do appreciate that given that they did it, that they have very strict regulations behind it. With that said, I am opposed to it, and I wish that we did not have it zoned in our community.
Just one question. I mean, I don't want to speak for anybody here, but I think everybody here would probably oppose any illicit use of any drugs, marijuana, or anything else. But let me ask you this. Oxycontin and morphine, drugs of that nature, certainly is bad or worse than marijuana, but we allow those to be dispensed in Walgreens. Would you also suggest we shut down Walgreens or pass an ordinance that they're not allowed to offer any prescription narcotics? I mean, it's sort of what you're proposing here for marijuana. Am I wrong on that?
Actually, yeah, I think it's a very much an apples and oranges comparison. So Oxycontin and other opioid drugs, they are being prescribed by doctors. In many cases, they're being prescribed in a way that is not responsible, and that's something that is largely talked about even at the federal level. A lot of doctors prescribe a very large amount that is not necessary for what a patient needs. But those drugs have gone through the necessary testing according to the FDA. Now, with that said, there needs to be a responsibility with how those drugs are dispensed and the warning behind those drugs. Obviously, there's a lot of public awareness that needs to happen and education that needs to happen, and that's something we're going to be doing with Guilford Day in the next 5 years, is educating consumers about the risks associated with those drugs and that they can, in fact, lead to heroin addiction.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying that this is a land use commission. It's not a commission that rules on the appropriateness of the drugs or the testing. I mean, that sounds like more of a state or federal issue that you have. I'm just trying to see why you think this is different than other facilities that also, and as I understand it, you need a prescription to get marijuana, right, from a dispensary?
You need a prescription to get medical marijuana from a dispensary, correct. Okay. I view it as different because it has not gone through any of the research that drugs have to go through to be viewed as healthy and safe.
Okay, well, that sounds like your issues really with feds or with the state.
Actually, Lisa has a question she wants to add. I want to make sure she has a chance to add.
I just wanted to clarify that actually medical marijuana cannot be prescribed because it is not, it's a Schedule I drug. So it actually is certified. You get a card. It's not an actual medication in the same sense that any FDA-approved drug is.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I don't know enough to respond to that, okay? But it sounds like those issues you have are really with the FDA, the feds, or the state, not the Land Use Commission.
Well, actually, the Planning and Zoning Board has an opportunity here because it is illegal federally. The state cannot require us to bring in a drug that's illegal federally. So there's an opportunity here for the Planning and Zoning
Well, but they've done it in Branford and they're doing it in Madison.
They're allowing it, yes, but it's not necessary.
Okay, I see what you're, so it's not, that's the difference. Okay.
Yeah, actually, my dad's lawyers.
We will address that at the next hearing, but we figured we'd spare you the argument now. So, but we absolutely have thoughts on that, and we'll be sure to address it squarely.
When you come back next time, could you in fact get a list of the towns or the cities in Connecticut that have actually, in their regulations, banned marijuana dispensaries?
Yes, I'll do that.
Yeah, I can just, the submission from Guilford Youth and Family Services is heavily related to the Clinton regulation, is that right?
That's right. The Clinton one is what really gave me the idea, but I'll get all the other towns that have done it as well. It's not quite as easy to find that as I thought it was going to be, but I do know there's several others.
Okay.
Good. Thank you very much. All set? All set, all set, all set. Okay, can I get a motion to table this? Oh, public. Public? No. Nobody? Last chance? Oh, okay. So can I get a motion to table this?
There's a question over in the corner. I saw.
She's telling me the tape's over.
Gotcha.
I recommend you continue this to 12:06.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. We're going to take a brief moment to change the tape over. We're not going to conduct any business or discuss any of the things before us. Transacted any business nor discussed any of the cases before us. We want to do a little housekeeping and get everything out of the way before we go on to the big hearing of the evening. So we have some things to receive. You want to do some receiving?
Yep.
Who wants to do the receivals?
Application to be received. Kenneth Horton, this is a coastal area management site plan. Kenneth Horton, 13 Waterside Drive, map 8, lot 62, zone R2, coastal area management site plan, 73-91 C5H, receive and set public hearing date of 12/16.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next up.
Aaron Flynn, 124 Neck Road, map 25, lot 5, zone R6, coastal area management plan, site plan, revision to approval granted 3/18/15 to elevate a large slab from elevation 4.83 MSL to 5.79 MSL, 273-91 C5H, receive and set public hearing date of 12/16.
So moved. You have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Next up.
This is subdivision. Robin Periano and Thomas Sansoni, 527 to 535 Boston Street, map 49, lot 10, zone R3, subdivision and coastal area management site plan to allow 2 lots on 1.08 acres, 272-3, receive and set public hearing date of 12/16.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Site plan, Nut Plains Dog Park, Nut Plains Park on Nut Plains Road, map 86, lot 63, zone R5, site plan application to build a dog park, 273-97, receive, didn't say anything about setting a date.
Do they want that heard tonight, George?
No.
Just received?
There's no public hearing.
Right, but they don't want to go with the applications, they just want it received. Okay.
Okay, so we're receiving it.
That's it.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Correspondence, Guilford Ag Society has confirmed the date for the food truck event. It's going to be June 18th and 19th. And the Fury for 5/21. What is the Fury? Anyone know?
It's on the calendar.
Okay, the Fury is going to be 5/21. D. Jacob, the Marketplace Guilford Food Center, request for approval 20 to 26 foot refrigerated truck parked in the rear parking lot, 77 Whitfield Street, from November 18th through December 27th. We do this every year.
Every year.
Do we need to have any hearing, or we can just take a vote?
Yeah, it's never been a problem in the past, so I make a motion that we approve this.
Second.
All those in favor of approving this?
Aye.
Yay. Anything else?
And then adjourn.
No bills. Thank goodness we don't have to pay any
Move
bills.
to approve the minutes from November 4th, 2015.
Has anyone have an opportunity to review them and make sure they're correct?
I didn't see any problems with them.
I saw them. They looked substantially correct.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor of approving those minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, here we go. No. Thanks. Appreciate that. All right, Ocean Co., we are open. We just need to reopen it, right? Yeah, it's open. So I understand the applicant would like to make a statement.
485 Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Peter Verdun. I'm a partner with the law firm of Verdun, Young & Margolis, located at 350 Orange Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Before we begin, can you hear me there?
They can't hear you.
They can't hear me. I apologize. I usually speak pretty loud.
There we go. Thanks.
During the last hearing, you had opened up the public hearing with respect to the special permit application. You had indicated at that point in time that you were going to hold the CAM application hearing for later. At the end of the hearing, you did open up the CAM application. You had asked as to whether or not the testimony and evidence that was received with respect to the special permit application could be incorporated into the CAM application. I personally think that the statute requires that both hearings be held contemporaneously anyway. So we withdraw any objection to the incorporation of the testimony into the CAM hearing, provided that that first hearing is your first hearing for your two hearing requirement. So I don't want to be having another hearing after this.
I think that's okay.
Is that a fair understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Secondly, I'm assuming this evening we have the opportunity to begin to respond to some of the points that were brought up last time. I'm assuming you would then receive some additional public comments, but that we have the opportunity before the conclusion of the hearing to respond to those. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's good.
The normal order of procedure here?
Yeah.
Thank you. Several points were raised in the last hearing, principally by Commissioner Johnson. He brought up the issue of the compliance with the flood prevention ordinance here in the town of Guilford. We appreciate that ordinance being brought to our attention. We've been in discussions with staff and the engineering department about that. And rather than having a lengthy hearing regarding something that that this department really doesn't have primary jurisdiction over, it's really an engineering issue. I would suggest that comments with respect to that be limited. We're aware that we need to comply with it. We are, again, in discussions with the engineering department of how to comply with those requirements, and we will do everything that is necessary to comply with those requirements. I think you have the authority to consider this application on the special permit or special exception independently of that, and condition your approval, so you deem it appropriate to actually approve this application, condition your approval upon our compliance with that ordinance. I think that's probably an appropriate way to handle the matter. Again, those are fairly technical issues in terms of design criteria and things of that nature with respect to the building, and we're really not here to kind of address this. This is really simply a use issue from our perspective. But I do want to assure folks there in the audience that we do intend to comply with that, and we are working with the staff and the appropriate departments to do that.
So let me just ask, so then you wouldn't be granted a building permit until you did comply with that?
We can't be granted a building permit. Well, we can't be, we don't need a building permit.
Okay.
We're not doing any building.
But what would prevent you from doing anything without that approval?
We would not be in compliance with zoning if we didn't have that permit. So it would be a zoning violation if we were not able to obtain that permit. Well, actually,
but you're saying we don't have jurisdiction over it, so how could we give you approval for something we don't have jurisdiction over?
Well, you can condition your approval upon compliance with the flood prevention ordinance.
Okay.
And so that compliance would then be determined by the engineering department. It's the town engineering department that has jurisdiction over that. It's the town engineering department that has the ability to bring enforcement actions for non-compliance with that.
Okay, so you would make it a condition of the approval is your recommendation?
I believe that we've discussed that with staff, and I think staff is comfortable with that, and we would have no objection.
Okay.
I would like to... Wait, just before we move on from that, Chuck, are you comfortable with the Planning and Zoning Commission incorporating ordinance into... this one won't work here, I'll pass this down. The Planning and Zoning Commission incorporating compliance with an ordinance into its approval? I mean, don't they already have to comply with any ordinance that exists in the town without our incorporation?
Yes, you're...
It seems to be on. Maybe just yell. Yell loud. There you go.
Take this one off. This one seems to maybe work.
I think yes, Mr. Kirby, you are correct. You have to comply with whatever regulations or laws apply to the activity. But yes, I think it's also appropriate that you could render your decision with a condition that emphasizes that.
So it wouldn't cause a problem?
No.
Thank you.
We're going to take that one, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I would also like to take this opportunity to address several comments that were made by Mr. Ward in a memo that he filed with the department today. His first comment questions, and this issue was raised again last hearing, the definition of a residence. My response to that is really pretty straightforward. I think Mr. Beckius testified to this in the last hearing, and if he didn't, we can certainly have him refresh your recollection and fill in any gaps that were there. But basically, the house that's there and existing is the same house that's been there and existing for a long time. It has on the first floor, it's my understanding, a living room, a kitchen, a study, a dining room. On the second floor, there are 4 bedrooms. There's a couple bathrooms in the house, and the folks that reside in that house eat together, play together. They'd like to play together in the hobby shop in the garage, subject to your approval. And they reside together as a family unit. Your definition of family and dwelling within your zoning regulations is broad and wide sweeping, and I think that they comply with that. I think the only reason that that's even kind of remotely appropriate to be discussing here is that the use that we are certainly seeking is an accessory use, but we think we comply with both the main use as well as the accessory use. If we didn't, at some point in the future, certainly there would be the ability for zoning enforcement to take appropriate action in those particular instances. But again, it is our position and our belief that we fully comply with that. He also raises an issue of whether or not the structure is a historic structure. The memo, I think, is speculative in terms of its conclusion as to whether or not it is a historic structure or not. Our research indicates that it's not on Guilford's historic registry list at all, and that therefore it doesn't meet the definition of a historic structure. Having said that, he raises the issue of compliance with 27380F, and in particular, 3 criteria. I think it's actually 4. I think he's misquoting there. The first being the effect of the use as it may diminish the historical and/or architectural integrity of the property's location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, or association. In this particular instance, I think you need to be mindful that there is no, and I want to stress this, no proposed change to the exterior of the building. The garage, as my understanding, was constructed in about 1970, and the exterior of the garage, including the garage doors, is remaining exactly as it has been for many, many years. So there's no change with respect to the exterior of the structure. The additional criteria being the physical destruction, damage, or alteration of all or part of the property, including removal or alteration of any historic material or distinctive architectural features. And again, here, we're not touching the outside of the building. So no historical features are being destroyed or removed in any sort of fashion. The next criteria being the isolation of the property from its setting, or alteration of the character of the property's setting. And again, for all intents and purposes, it's a garage. It's a garage that folks who reside in the residence want to be able to carry out their hobbies in, something that most of us like to do in our own garages. And then the introduction of visible, audible, or atmospheric elements that are out of character with the property or alter its settings. And again, I think in the last hearing, you had the next door neighbor who testified quite clearly that she could not tell that any activity was even going on in the garage other than she had one complaint about an air conditioning, which was relocated to her satisfaction. And that resolved that one issue. Other than that, she said, don't even know that people are in the garage, and she was perfectly satisfied with the use of the garage. I think it's important for the Commission to remember that this is an application for a special permit. You need to be guided by your standards within your regulations as to whether or not to approve this use. And so I would encourage you to take a look at the standards which are set out in 273-80. And I think it's probably appropriate at this time to review what the evidence has been to date. The first standard that you're asked to evaluate is whether the location, type, character, and size of the use of any building or other structure in connection therewith shall be in harmony with and conform to the appropriate and orderly development of the town and the neighborhood, and will not hinder or discourage the appropriate development and use of adjacent lots or impair the value thereof. Again, we're using an existing structure. There's no change to the exterior of the structure at all. And so I would submit to you that there is no change at all to the character of the neighborhood with respect to that. What is happening is the residents of the house are using the garage as a hobby shop. I would submit to you that our most vocal opponent himself has obtained a special permit to put an office above a garage at his house directly across the street. We are seeking the same exact permission that was granted to one of the commission members of this board for our property. We want to be able to use the structure in a way that allows the residents to further enjoy their property, not in a business manner as is being done across the street, but for their own enjoyment. And you saw in the last hearing some of the projects that they undertook to construct. The second criteria you need to consider is the nature and location of the use, and any building or structure in connection therewith shall be such that there will be adequate access to it for fire protection purposes. It's at the end of the driveway. There's been no complaints in terms of the garage itself not being accessible. It's an existing structure. There's no increase in any sort of fire hazard. Your third criteria, the streets serving the proposed use are adequate to carry prospective traffic, and provision is made for entering and leaving the property in such a manner that no undue traffic hazard or congestion will be created. There'll be no additional traffic to the property. This is going to be used by the residents of the property, so the underlying use is going to dictate what the traffic is. It's a permitted underlying use, so there'll be no change there. The next criteria is the lot on which the use is to be established is of sufficient size and dimensions to permit conduct of the use in construction and maintenance of buildings, structures, and facilities, including sanitary facilities, in a manner that will not be detrimental to the neighborhood or adjacent lots. Again, here we meet this criteria quite clearly. It's an existing structure. There are no sanitary facilities in the garage, as you would expect. And the building, again, already exists on the lot. The next criteria is architectural design. The architectural design and style of the buildings and other structures to be erected, which there are none, on the lot shall be such as to not conflict with the architectural design and style of adjacent properties. Well, we're not constructing a building here. It's simply a change of use. The next criteria is effects on historic properties or districts. The property is not a historic property. In fact, Mr. Johnson was very kind to educate us to that fact. I appreciate that. Those are your criteria. Those are the ones that are set out in your regulations, and provided we meet those criteria, there's an obligation to issue the permit. I think in this particular instance, the evidence to date has been that we meet all those criteria. If you have any questions with respect to that, I'm happy to answer any of them. We have Mr. Beckius, who's also here. He's happy to respond to any questions that you may have. And we do have one other piece of evidence, which is a CAM report. The CAM report was prepared by William Kinney Associates. They are out of Fairfield. The author of the report, I think, is probably familiar to this committee, but if not, I'm happy to submit her CV as well. That's Megan Raymond. And I just want to read her conclusion to you, because I think it's really important, and I will submit the entire report for your review. And she concludes as follows. WK completed a consistency review regarding the proposed change in use of the existing outbuilding garage at 45 Whitfield in Guilford, Connecticut, and found the project in CAM to be consistent. No adverse impacts to tidal wetlands or adjacent coastal resources will result from the change of use of an existing structure. If you should have any questions or comments regarding this review or our conclusions, please do not hesitate to contact me. And I think that is the only expert evidence you have with respect to the CAM consistency of the environmental impacts. So I'll be submitting that report as an exhibit. Thank you.
There's a letter there. I don't know. There's a letter here that I don't know that they're aware of.
Who's it from?
It's from Mrs. Anna Marie Pyle. It came to...
I can, if you give me a second, I'll be able to address that at night.
If I may.
May I ask a question? Sure.
No,
not yet. Actually, we can't yet.
I'm Michael Rothberg. I just want to say first, on the air conditioner, we know it hasn't been moved. We're moving it when the season comes around. And we have ordered the drapes, so we have addressed your concerns. And I hope those are all of them, as you had mentioned. I think that what Peter has said is very important, besides the facts of it, that we are keeping with the character of the area, and we are not asking for anything that our neighbor, the biggest opponent, the most vocal person about this, has himself in his residence. He built a freestanding building, put an office upstairs, indicated for commercial use. We are not commercial use. Has a bathroom in it. We do not have a bathroom. He changed the character of the building that was there. He demolished it. We are using our garage for a hobby shop, but that's not acceptable to him. I do not understand. Is that a do as I say, but not as I do? I don't ask for anything that is not in that neighborhood. I don't ask for a new building. We are not asking to change the character, the look, the feel. And I do not want to, again, quote the neighbor. If I may, though, she said, I do not know they're there. If she does not know we're there, we're sitting and we're having a hobby shop, a toy box, whatever you want to call it. How is that not acceptable? But a business in his house, in a freestanding building, is acceptable. I don't understand that. And obviously, to me, it's interesting. And again, I apologize about the air conditioning, and I know we have to do the drapes, but it's clear that what we're doing is fair and right, and the only fair conclusion is to let us do what we want to do, the hobby shop. Charles, the letter that is in question, if I may, from, I believe it's a Dr. Pyle, correct? Yeah. She says, will it be a 3D printer? Yes. There is a 3D printer in there, and if you go on Amazon, you are welcome to buy a 3D printer. My son has one in his bedroom. There are no chemicals, and I believe, is it a MakerBot, Charles? Yes. My son has the same one. So either you should call child services on me because I put a dangerous item in my bedroom for my son, or it is a 3D printer that uses non-toxic plastics or whatever ABS to make 3D items that many people, I'm sure other people have them here. There are no microfluid devices, there are no synthesizer sequencing devices, and the likes. I believe in reading who and what she is, she has worked at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, and I believe that's the building my brother got his PhD in, and she's drawing on his past. She's drawing on his past and applying it to this facility. This is not a commercial facility. We are not using biological materials. We are not bacterial. We are not biosafety level 2. We are not doing any sequencing. There are no chemicals. There are no sequencing machines. There's no medical research going on. Again, obviously she's a very intelligent woman. I respect that. But she's going back to when my brother was a PhD student. I guess I could say 20-something years ago. He's not here to get mad at me talking about his age. But that's not relevant now. We showed you what is in there. We've told you what is in there. And all we're asking for is what our neighbor has and less. The right to have our toy shop. We're not running a commercial enterprise. We don't even have a bathroom in it. I think that's a reasonable request.
I think, Commissioner, I think that, in response to the letter, just kind of to sum that up very quickly, yes, there is a 3D printer. To questions 2 through 4, the answer is no to each of those.
Thanks. So I guess I just wanted to reiterate, there will be, I think you just mentioned, Mr. Rothberg, there will be no medical modeling at this site.
There is no, well, I will use, I want to make sure.
Yeah, so.
No, we're not doing any medical modeling and sequencing or anything that is listed here. Other than we do have a 3D printer, let me clarify that.
Yeah, and so what I think what is illustrative of what is being done there are the novel and interesting, I don't necessarily want to call them toys because some of them are functional things, but some pretty cool projects that you saw. I guess probably projects is the best way to describe them, Commissioner, that you saw here last time, such as the holder for an iPhone for your bike, the Nerf dart holders for a Nerf gun, the interesting and quite artistic, I would add, I think we all really admired it, the wine bottle holder, all these kinds of neat things that these guys, play around with there, it makes me a little jealous. I wish I had the time and the energy to be able to do that myself. If you came and look at my garage, it looks nothing like this, a lot more cluttered. I'm happy to respond to any other questions.
So, I think you did answer my question. I just want to clarify. So it's no medical modeling and it's not a machine shop?
No.
That's no. Okay, thanks. You guys didn't put an office in over the garage, did you?
No, we did not. So my understanding is a one-story structure. It's a one-story structure. We do not have an office over the garage.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience? Sir.
I'd like to ask the gentleman...
Can you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Ward that was referenced to from 80 Terrace. And before I make my remarks, I'd like to ask the gentleman a question. He used the word reside and residence a number of times. I am going to preface this. This is about whether or not what they want to do is legal according to your regulations and the law. He used the word residence. He described the physical outlay of the house, and he used the word family dwelling. Residence, I've given you a Supreme Court of Connecticut decision, a recent one from 2012, that defines residence. I didn't hear the gentleman define residence. And when I'm done, I'm going to ask him to. But first, I want to preface it by saying residence is not about the physical outlay of the house. It's not about family dwelling. It's about the use of the house by the people who are there, as defined in that Supreme Court case I gave you. The filings they've provided to you represent to you, and they either have to stand by their representations or lose some credibility by changing them, which is another point I want to address. They've represented to you that the house is utilized as, quote, free housing for visiting, and I underline the word visiting, scientists to 530 Whitfield Street, which is the Rothberg Institute basic Crayola building. I submit that under that definition in that Supreme Court case, visiting people, transient people, are not residing there under Connecticut state law. That's the issue. It's not the physical outlay of the house. It's not family dwelling. He can use the word reside, but my question for him then is this. He's read the memo. He's seen a legal citation from 2012 from the Connecticut Supreme Court defining residence. Is he arguing to you some different definition of residence? And if so, does he have a specific legal citation to back up his argument? Then you have something to talk about. But, and as I said in my memo, I think you folks need to agree on what your definition of residence is, because I understand it. I think Reggie Reed sent out a letter in August as part of the cease and desist, says that in order to do this, the main house has to be used as a residence. Based upon what they're representing, they're using it for, and that Supreme Court decision, it hasn't been. You don't need me to repeat the question, do you?
No. I got it. So, when I first started doing some land use work, I think how many years ago, I got some really good advice from a guy who I think is a really good lawyer, who's sitting at the end of the table. And he said, when you're involved in zoning, the first thing you do is you take a look at your regulations. And you start from there. And so let's take a look at your regulations. First off, I think it's fairly clear that under Article 5, residential uses are permitted. But then we're going to have to go back and take a look at what exactly the definitions call for. And so you have to take a look at the term dwelling. Dwelling, and I'm quoting from your regulations, the definition section, is a building designed as a residence for occupancy by one or more families. Goes on to define a single-family dwelling as a dwelling having only one dwelling unit from ground to roof and having independent outside access. Now, let's take a look at the building here. The building in question has a single kitchen. I think your staff will tell you that in order to have a dwelling unit, you have to have cooking facilities. There's only one cooking facility within the house. It's a single-family dwelling. That unit, that dwelling unit, the house, and has I think probably more than one means of ingress and egress, but it's all common within the house, just like a typical house. You can get from one room to the next without having to go outside of the house and come back in. Family is defined in your regulations as one or more persons related by blood, adoption, or marriage, living and cooking together as a single housekeeping unit. Now, we acknowledge that in most instances, at most times, we do not comply with that portion of your definition of a family. But your definition of a family goes on as follows. Or, I want to stress or, a number of persons, doesn't specify how many or how few, living and cooking together. Well, living together to me is where you put your head down on the pillow. So they're living together, cooking together. There's a single cooking facility. I think Mr. Beckius testified in the last hearing, to my recollection, that they cook together. They cook together, they hang out together, they watch TV together, and as I said earlier tonight, they would really like to be able to use their hobby shop together. As a single housekeeping unit, though not related by blood, adoption, or marriage. And that language, that tail end language, is really, really important because the U.S. Supreme Court has defined that you cannot define what a family is. It would be a violation of zoning, a violation of the constitutional right of association, I'm sorry. So you have here, within your definitions, all the guidance you need to determine whether or not we comply with the use as a single-family dwelling. And we do. We meet all aspects of that definition. Now, if at some point in the future the zoning enforcement officer found otherwise, she could take enforcement action, just like any other case. But the evidence that you have before you is that that is what is happening at the house. The residents are residing together as a family unit, and they meet that definition, that base definition.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard, all those boring details that didn't answer the question, is an example of a lawyer with a losing argument. The question was, do you have a definition of residence? I've provided you one from the Connecticut Supreme Court from this side. He did not define residence in that answer, ladies and gentlemen. He wants to talk about what families are, what dwelling is. He danced around it. He doesn't have it. It was a classic example of a lawyer with a losing argument. If it were cross-examination, I would say to him, do you need me to repeat the question? He said I didn't. I guess I did. Do you have a definition, a different definition of the word residence?
Sir, I'm
He
sorry.
didn't.
I'm just trying to figure out, I haven't heard a clean definition of the word residence from anyone, actually.
Excuse me?
It's not easy to define, of course, but what's the definition of the word residence? How do you define residence on our state law or other?
Well, I'm going to cite you to a Connecticut Supreme Court case. It's in the memo I filed today. Yeah, and it's, you know, I copied and pasted it, and by the way, I copied and pasted the regulations I cited, so I don't think I misquoted anything. Basically, what the law says is that, to cut to the chase on it, it's State versus Drupals, 306 Con 149, 2012, as legal things go. It's about 2 paragraphs, but the last sentence says, consistent with this precedent, they review all their precedents on the subject in different settings, we conclude that residence means the acts of living together, of living in a given place for some time, and the term does not apply to temporary stays. Now, the documents they submitted to you, they claim is it's free housing for visiting, according to them, world-renowned scientists, which is another subject we don't have to get into now. And it talks about how they're going to keep it all open all night because they could be coming in from anywhere, from any place, and they might not adjust to our Eastern Standard Time, which suggests they're not going to be here very long. If they've represented to you that it's free housing for visitors. Visitors are not residents. Did that answer your question, sir? May I have some other points to address, but I mean, that's the main point. That's all the other things he wants to talk about that are putting people to sleep are all well and good, but if they can't, and he didn't. So that's the main point. That's the chase. It was a losing argument.
Well, if I might address that.
You're about to trip on the mic.
Whoa.
Talking about losing.
Yeah.
And when you go ad hominem, you know you've lost.
If I might direct your attention to Article 9 of your zoning regulations. And what it says is in residential uses, the uses shown in Table 4 of this section shall apply. Be mindful, you are constrained by the regulations that this body adopted. You have to look to your regulations first to determine if what is being done on a particular piece of property is permitted or allowable. And so again, 273.16, residential districts, the uses shown in Table 4 of this section shall apply to the use of land and buildings and other structures in each of the following districts. Districts are listed out. If you turn over to Table 4, it really doesn't make a difference which district you're in because it is permitted. It's line number 6. Permitted across the board among all residential districts, dwellings, comma, single family, and not more than one such dwelling per lot. So it's dwellings that are permitted. I didn't hear the word residence yet. We're talking about dwellings. Coming back, go ahead.
Let me just ask this question. I don't want to speak for Mr. Moore, but I think he might be saying something like that Supreme Court case trumps perhaps what's in the zoning regulations. So do you have a response to that?
I do, okay. And I'll use the words that were given to me so many years ago. You look to your regulations first to determine what is permitted and what is not permitted. I didn't read the Supreme Court case. I don't know in what context they're talking about residence. Residence, as you know, Commissioner, can have many meanings, within the law, depending upon what kind of context you're talking about, whether it's a jurisdictional context. I don't know if that's a particular zoning case or not a zoning case. I don't know if you're interpreting a specific set of regulations or not interpreting a specific set of regulations. So I look at your regulations first, and I think your regulations provide you very clear guidance. What's permitted is a dwelling. It's a single-family dwelling. You define what a dwelling is, and you define what a family is. If we meet those criteria, which don't say residence, and it doesn't say you have to be a resident, it says you have to have a single-family dwelling. It's different. Talking about different terminology. So all that definitional stuff about what a residence is and what isn't, quite frankly, is irrelevant, I think, to the determination of what is permitted under your regulations.
Okay. Because you're saying residence per se isn't even in there.
Well, if you take a look at a dwelling unit, it says, very clearly, a single-family dwelling is a dwelling having only one dwelling unit from ground to floor, having independent outside access. Didn't hear the word residence there.
Right.
Family talks about the one or more people who are related or a number of people who aren't related living together as a single-family unit. Again, it doesn't talk about residence there.
And it doesn't mention visitors either.
No, it doesn't mention visitors either.
Chuck, as an independent third party, could maybe you enlighten us a little bit here?
Can I make one more comment first in response to what he just said? Sure. Excuse me, sir. I have in my hand a letter, an email from Reggie Reed to romo711@aol.com, CC George Krell, Planning Zoning, subject 485 Whitfield Street. It's dated August 4th, 2015. Quote, our regulation says, quote, the person or persons conducting the office shall reside in said dwelling. So it's excellent that the gentleman mentioned the regulations. He seems to know them very well, at least the parts that he wants to distract you with. The regulation that I think is most pertinent here is the one referred to by Ms. Reed in this letter. I'll quote it again. Quote, our regulations say, quote, the person or persons conducting the office shall reside in the dwelling. So you need a definition of reside. Apparently, I asked in my memo, do you have one in your regulations? Apparently you don't. You can try to dance around it with this and that like he is, but I suggest to you that if you don't, the best definition that you should use comes from the state of Connecticut Supreme Court as cited. Thank you.
Chuck. You want to go here?
Yeah, why not? This issue is
okay, I'll go through my analysis. We're talking about what is the use of the principal dwelling of the house. And the assumption is if that principal use isn't permitted, then an accessory use that's accessory to the principal use can't be allowed either if the principal use isn't good because it's accessory use. So then we get to, okay, so what is allowed in the R5 district, and we sort of go through the analysis. Dwellings, single family, not more than one per lot. So the regulations refer to dwellings. And then we get to the definition of dwelling. A building design is a residence for occupancy by one or more families. So that's where we have the term residence used. So a dwelling is a building design is a residence for occupancy by one or more families. I'll put aside the family part, but this is a building design is a residence for occupancy. So then what does that mean? What does the term residence mean? And does it have some durational element? The Supreme Court case that was referred to is a case about sex offenders having to register with the state when they move their residence. And I think the language talks about they have to give their residence address when they move. And the issue in that case involved a person who was a registered sex offender, lived in Connecticut for a while, moved to Maryland, went and visited his mother in Connecticut for a couple of days, and then left. And the issue was, did he need to register again in Connecticut when he visited his mother for a couple of days? And then, so the Supreme Court, in that context, used the term, when someone has to have a sex offender has to give their residence address. And that was the context of what they were doing. And what the Supreme Court did is it looked at Black's Law Dictionary, looked at different definitions within Black's Law Dictionary, and it went with the definition that said that in that context, residence means the act or fact of living in a given place for some time, and the term does not apply to temporary stays. That's a quote. So you have to live there for some time, but it doesn't apply for temporary stays. Now, even under that definition, I don't know, maybe the people here are living for some time. It doesn't say how long, it just says some time, and not a temporary stay. But then you got to get back to that. That's how the Supreme Court interpreted the term residence in that statute, which is a criminal statute, which is also construed, in sort of a restricted manner that must be construed against the state in favor of the accused for criminal statutes. So that's how they construe that. So then we get here, and it says a building design is a residence. It doesn't say a residence address. It's not referring to an individual moving around. It's referring to a building. It says a building design is a residence for occupancy. So the term residence here is not referring particularly to a particular person. It's referring to a building. So are there other so that's what I see with that term is used. So what is a residence in that context? There are multiple definitions of residence. I think I met with you and I read from a couple of law dictionaries, and they were all over the place. The first definition of residence in Black's Law Dictionary is the one the Supreme Court used in that case, and it's the act or fact of living in a given place for some time. And that's what they ended up and said, yeah, we'll go with that definition. The second definition is the place where one actually lives as a place as distinguished from a domicile. And then it also says residence usually just means bodily presence as a habit in a given place. There's another set of definitions from the Ballantine Dictionary that was really all over the place, that said it really depends on the context. It could be a short, it could be long. And when I spoke with you in the summer, I said, look, if you wanted to regulate based on duration, that someone has to be at a certain place of time, amend your regulations and set for it. Don't rely on the fact that it just uses the term residence and pick something out of the air. And so I think that in this context, when it's referring to a building designed as a residence with reference to the building, the term residence there probably means a place where one is living. Designed as a place where one is living. And that may not be it may not be the same as living for some time, but maybe it is. It's kind of up in the air. In my mind, that has more connotations of just the type of building that it is, a residence, where you live and someone's living. I don't have a tough time finding durational elements in that. When I was here, there have been cases, not criminal cases, outside of Connecticut. And then I referred you to the one case in the summer, the Maryland case, where they were looking at short-term rentals, where there was a cease and desist order where somebody was renting out their house for the weekend, and the term residence was used, and they said that's a violation, you can't do it because there's a durational element, and the Maryland Supreme Court said no, there isn't. And maybe you could write it that way, but it's not just in the word itself. So that's a zoning case, interpreting the term residence, that's more along those lines. I don't know. I mean, you could say that there's the intent is that there's some type of durational element, that it really is a place where you live. But again, even that Supreme Court case, live for some time. These people here, I haven't heard testimony as to how long the average time that they stay there. I mean, a week. I think the overnight stuff, the guy visiting his mother for a couple of days, you know, that they said that didn't count in the Supreme Court case, in the sex offender case, yeah. But this seems to be maybe a little different too. I don't know. And maybe you could get a little more information about what the average stay is for people there, and that may help. So that's where I'm coming from.
So Chuck, if we asked for testimony as to the average duration of the stay, and it was 1 week, is it within our determination that that qualifies as residence?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in a gray area. I think, based on what I've heard, that 1 week is that might qualify. I mean, based even in the facts in the Supreme Court case, where it was more just a few days. But I'd say it is your discretion. You can look further. We can explore it further. That's what we're going at. A building design is a residence for occupancy by one or more families.
But it sounds like that Maryland case is the closest on point. They said there is no durational aspect of it because it wasn't in the regulation at all. I mean, am I close to being right on that?
Well, yeah, let me...
And if it's not in there, you can't write it in on the fly.
Yeah, again, this was the quote I gave you from when I talked to you. It said, this is, again, a zoning case out of Maryland. You can disagree, but it's Maryland. There's nothing inherent in the concept of residence or dwelling that includes time. The city offers no authority for that anything about the concept of residential distinguishes between short-term and long-term occupancy. If the city is going to draw a line requiring a certain time period of occupancy in order for property to be considered a dwelling or residence, and those are the terms we're talking about here, then it needs to do so by enacting clear and unambiguous law. So that was sort of I think that's good advice, but I'm not saying you can't.
No, but that's pretty much on point with what we've got here to deal with, and is that the Supreme Court in Maryland? Or
this was the, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, it's Wisconsin Appellate Court, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The Wisconsin Appellate Court.
So Chuck, does that rule it in or rule it out? In other words, if our regulations don't address it, is it that someone is not a resident, even if they're there a year, because we don't address time frame? Or are they a resident in as little as 1 day because it doesn't address time frame? Which way does the regulation speak?
Well, I think the regulation says a building designed as a residence for occupancy. So the definition itself is referring to the building. And residence, I would say, in that context, means a place to live. I think you can distinguish between like a hotel or something, where that is something. What is this? If you're looking at, and people can do that. I think you can adopt a valid regulation that says, we don't like, people coming in for weekends and having parties and not caring about the neighborhood, blah, blah, blah. There's rationales for why you could do it, but I don't, right now I'm having a hard time seeing a lot of durational stuff in there. It's a building design as a residence. In some ways, I think, and this is what I understood Attorney Verdun to say, is that, look, it's designed for a residence, whether it's used for a residence. He almost made a distinction between the design and the use. But, and I don't think that's fair either. I think it's designed as a residence, and there has to be some type of residing there. But how long? It's...
So you mentioned a hotel. If someone stays for one night in a hotel, are they a resident of the hotel, or are they a resident of that town?
I would say clearly no. I mean, and that's kind of hooked in with the whole thing that's going too. The hotel is a separate, item in the regulations. You could probably find what that is. We know what it is. There's a separate definition for it, and we wouldn't say that's a residence. And it's clearly the durational element that makes the distinction.
So is there a difference between a hotel and a home in terms of the duration that a person becomes a resident? In other words, you just said if it's a hotel, no, they're not really a resident if they stay one night. If it's a home, like let's say I have a guest from Wisconsin. Are they a resident of Guilford because they stayed at my house one night?
No, I wouldn't see it. And that's where I'm kind of drawing the distinction. I mean, you can have residence versus domicile, and when you're talking about where the person actually lives, which is what that Supreme Court case was, whatever. And we're not even, just in using the context here, building design as a residence, where the term residence is actually referring to the building, it's even sort of remotely further away from the durational element. And that's why I took the other definitions. The other, let me read you just for the fun of it.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Sure.
Chuck, you want to finish your statement?
Yeah, well, I'll just read it. Here's the Valentine's definition. A term of dual meaning, sometimes meaning temporary, permanent, or transient character or both. At other times meaning one's fixed abode or domicile. Sometimes a mere physical presence in a place. At other times, an abiding in a place with intent to make it one's home. Great. I mean, what are we talking about? What is the reference here? And I don't think it's necessarily fair to draw from the criminal statute and say that's what's got to be here. But it's unclear. I think maybe just maybe a single day or something. That's why I thought maybe get some more information about what the average day is.
I'm confused because I'm looking at the agenda, and what I think we're supposed to be talking about tonight is the use of the garage. The special permit for the use of the detached garage. Nothing that I see in our agenda for tonight has to do with the residents and how many people are going to live there and all that other stuff. So, Mike, why are we off on this?
Well, I think what they're saying is that if this isn't a residence, then the use of the garage can't stand on its own. In other words, it has to be a residence, and then the use of the garage is appropriate for a modeling shop. But if it's not a residence.
Agree with that?
So I think right, Chuck? I mean, we have to find that the primary use is residential.
That would be the argument. The applicant probably disagrees with that, but I think that's the point that's being made. I think it's a fair point. So that's what they're getting.
And just on, I had a quick question. Just on that one quick point, if I may. I mean, we do disagree. Chuck and I had a discussion in the hall about it. I don't know that we necessarily need to reach it. Our position is you can presume, and I think you need to presume for this application, that the underlying use is compliant. If the underlying use isn't compliant, the appropriate way to have it addressed is through a zoning enforcement action, not to try to bootstrap a zoning enforcement action into a site plan application, a special exception application.
Counsel, I had a quick question. You came to us in the summer and you gave us the same exact pretty much testimony you gave today, right? Pretty recently. And it was on a completely different application.
Yeah, it was sort of generic.
Yeah, generic.
Right. Something. Yeah, there had been another. Reggie issued a cease and desist for a short-term rental, and that was the other thing. The ZBO reversed it. Yeah, saying you can't do it under our regs. So I mean, there's actually some authority out there from BICE.
And how long was that term?
I don't even know. Reggie was
just 2-3 days at a time.
Yeah.
So we've already ruled on sort of determining what this exact issue before, and as recently as this summer, and you were present, I think, and I'm not going to put you on the spot as to which way we fell on the ruling at that time and our decision. And so would it be inconsistent for us today to change our opinion of how this regulation should apply?
When I spoke in the summer, I thought it was more just generic sort of, what do your regulations mean? How do they address this issue? I don't know if you made any actual decisions or whatever. I thought you kind of agreed with me, but maybe you didn't. I was just speaking about recommendations that if you want to get the durational element in this, that you should amend your regulations and put it in rather than, because you'd have a tough time enforcing it under the way it's written.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck, I guess the thing that I sort of lost in the weeds is when a company brings in employees to board across the street from itself in order to work at the company, are they a family?
Well, that's the second part of this, because the term does also use family, and I thought you heard the testimony on that. The family does include a definition. A number of persons living and cooking together as a single housekeeping unit, though not related by blood, adoption, or marriage. And their claim is that they do satisfy that. That's up for you to decide what you believe.
Could I just say one thing to you guys? This is, we're not lawyers. This is not a court. And in some ways, as a member of the commission here, I'm only speaking for myself. I can't deal with all the stuff that you're throwing at us here. We're trying to make a decision about a piece of property. And all these court cases and all this other stuff, really, this could go on for months. Because everybody wants to prove a point about a case somewhere that might make a difference in how we decide.
Yeah, words aren't always clear. There's multiple meanings, and I wish there were an easier way to do it. I understand. I sympathize.
I think that's an excellent point. And I think, let's get down to the actual facts of what's really going on here. The Rothberg Institute is bringing in some guys for business commercial purpose. They're not here they're visiting, they're not here to stay in town, they're not here to raise families in town. They're bringing them in because they're world-renowned scientists, they say, and they want them to brainstorm in this garage to make products for them that's going to make them money. And they're going to have them here for a short period of time. It's a family neighborhood. They would want it otherwise. Within that reality-based look, it's not a residence. And I'm not going to go back. On a legal point, I'll just point out one thing. The case that counsel characterized as a criminal case, it's true it was, but the court addresses the concept of residence in other areas, in probate areas, in a lot of different areas. They're saying in all these areas, this is how we define it. Really, it's transient people are not residents of a town. And one day a week seems transient to me. 2 weeks seems transient. You were talking about it earlier with the people up at the lake. You got a rule that's got to be 9 months. Well, 9 months sounds like residence.
I think the issue, though, is that it actually says 9 months in the regulation. Here it doesn't say anything about how long you have to live there. I think so. There is a difference.
Well, I guess then as to the facts of this particular case, if you're going to come up with a period of time, what is an appropriate period of time that visiting world-renowned scientists must stay in town in free housing in order to qualify as residents under your regulations? The question articulated that way, I suggest, is absurd. There's no way that visiting out-of-town scientists who are here for a week or 2 weeks should be residents.
This is ridiculous. Well, it's not ridiculous. It's actually testimony on the case. But I do want to move it along, too. So, you've made your point. You've addressed him. Are we all okay if I move on to the next question from the audience? Good? You all done?
Well, I just wanted to address the historical question. There's a sign there that says, "Welcome to the National Historic Register District." I have a picture of it. When you stand, it's at the corner of Seaview Terrace and Whitfield Street. So if you're taking the picture, the Harriet Beecher Stowe House is in the district according to that sign. Is the sign in error? If the sign's not in error, then the question...
What's this, because they know.
Is the sign in error?
The historic district that would protect this house does this house reside in that?
Let's clarify, first of all, historic district. There's several different types of historic districts.
Well, according to the regs, there's two criteria according to that F, right? One is, it's listed in the 1981 State Register. The gentleman says it's not. Okay.
I was starting to speak. This property is in the National Register Historic District. Clearly, the Heritage Stowe House is a historic house. It's one of the most historic houses in Guilford. And the point that I think Mr. Ward makes in his letter is correct. The Commission has to consider the impact of this proposed activity on the historic character of the neighborhood. It's also correct, as Mr. Attorney Burton said, in that there is no proposed physical change to the property. Normally, when we're considering impact on historic character, physical change is what we're specifically looking at. But the Commission would have to consider in this case whether the proposed use of the garage, which is in the National Register Historic District, will have any adverse impact on the character of the district. So that much is clear, and I think that's one of the findings that the Commission would have to make when they consider this special permit application.
Thanks, George. All right. Who's up next? Sid.
What's this?
I have a number of questions, but most of them are designed hopefully for a one-word or a one-sentence answer so that we can get out of here and get to bed before we have to get up. Is anyone living in the residence now?
Yes.
And those who are living in the residence, are they there to work for the Rothberg Institute or for the Evolving Maritime Research Center?
Can I answer that for the corrections to statements earlier? The Rothberg Institute has nobody staying there. As we pointed out earlier, this is open code for Rothberg Institute. The Rothberg Institute does not have anyone staying at the house whatsoever. It is for Combinator and Ocean Co. It has nothing to do with the proposed maritime building. Further, as a correction to something asked earlier regarding the average length of stay, it was 1 week. However, if you remember the complete testimony, they return and they come back again and again. And further, several people stay for up to 3 months as they look for housing to find homes in Guilford to become citizens of Guilford. They do bring their families. They do become parts of the neighborhood. They do live there.
Thank you. Is the 485 Whitfield Street facility regarded as a critical element of the Ocean Co. organization and its function?
That would be arbitrary, define critical. And we'll sit here again for the next 2 hours defining critical. I'm not sure.
Is it important for your effective functioning as a business?
No, I bought it because I wanted to just have it. I buy businesses for a reason.
I'm not asking about the buying business, I'm asking about buying a house.
It's important to us, clearly.
With respect to the business?
It's important to us, clearly.
Answer the question, yes or no, with respect to the business?
I think you answered the question.
I don't, but we'll move on. Is the garage office modeling facility a critical part of the residential function?
It is not an office. I want to correct that. Again, it is a hobby shop.
If I can also respond, I think as I indicated during my comments, it's like any other garage that anyone else might have. If people want to carry out recreational activities within that garage, and it happens to just coincide that the residents want to be able to do that.
Okay, I guess I'm a little bit confused because I thought in the public announcement of this application, it was for a change of use in a detached garage from model shop office for scientists to facilitate research. So these two pieces seem to be in contradiction.
No, I would disagree. I don't know what it is that you do for your profession, but certainly one of my hobbies is woodworking, and in my garage I have a complete woodworking shop. I find that as an intellectual outlet and an extension of kind of what I do. If I was a full-time carpenter, my hobby might very well be the same hobby, which is woodworking, and it's just kind of an extension of that. I see this model shop as an extension of their intellectual pursuits.
But you were describing something which is at variance with the document that was put out describing what's being heard tonight. So we have either something that is supporting the business across the street or something that is a hobby shop.
I think Charles will probably best answer that question.
As discussed 4 weeks ago when I proposed to the committee how we would be using it, it is the sorts of playtime activity that the engineers do. It enhances their skills, just like practicing anything would if they wanted to practice their musical instrument to get better at it. I wouldn't call that commercial activity.
That's the answer.
Will non-residential members of the Ocean Cove facility, the stone house across the street, also have access to the hobby shop for recreational purposes to relieve the stress of the daily grind?
No.
What kind of insurance do you have on this residential property?
I think that's inappropriate and outside the scope of the zoning hearing.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we, at the beginning of this hearing, set a 5-minute rule on all questions, and I would just let you know that we are at 5 minutes for this question.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And how long did you run on the prior questioner?
There was actually, our counsel came up and gave discussion. There was a lot of involved in terms of his actual time. It was a little bit longer, but it was not longer.
Thank you very much. Will you give me the same courtesy?
It's up to the chairman.
Will you give me the same?
More minutes, sir, but please move it along.
We're moving it along. We're almost done.
Thank you.
As I said, what kind of liability insurance do you have on this property?
Again, I would ask you where in the regulations that is a criteria for obtaining a special permit.
The basis of the question is to determine the nature of what this property is being used for. Do you have residential insurance or commercial insurance?
Again, I would ask you where in the regulations the insurance is applicable to that determination.
We're trying to determine the substance of how this property is being used, and I believe the question is germane. You can stonewall if you want, but that's an answer in itself. Okay, let me ask you another question so we don't take too much time. Let's say one of your scientists is in the hobby shop and one of the machines behaves badly and the scientist incurs an injury. Is that a personal injury or a workman's comp claim?
It's not a workers' comp claim. I'm not going to speculate as to what it is.
Oh, you think?
It's not a workers' comp claim.
And will the scientist agree with that?
He can agree with it or he can disagree with it. It's not a workers' comp claim.
And I believe you mentioned that you're going to employ mechanical engineers in the Ocean Cove facility. Is that correct?
Which facility?
Ocean Cove? Place across the street. The business. Stone House.
How is that pertinent to how I'm using 485?
Please answer the question.
Again, Mr. Chairman, you're now talking about a hearing that's going to be down for 2 weeks.
Okay. I believe the gentleman have answered the question by virtue of not answering the questions. I think I've accomplished my purpose.
Thank you, sir.
Makes some sense. It's on the clock.
Joe Nugent, wait, let me see where I live. Excuse me. My Connecticut driver's license says 423 New Whitfield Street. My question to Mr. Rothberg, and this is out of a TV ad, for your employees that are living in the commune, what's in their law?
Make real questions.
I'll reserve my comments for later. My name is Karen Tendler, 14 Village Victoria Drive in Guilford. I reside in Guilford. I pay taxes in this city. How many people work for Ocean Co. LLC, according?
Zero.
Okay, and Ocean Co., so there's 0 people that work for Ocean Co., but those are the people that are going to be living and residing at 485, what is it? 485 Whitfield Street. So I'm confused. If there are no employees of Ocean Co., then who's actually living there? Is it people that work for Butterfly Networks? Or other employees of Ford Catalyst?
Ford Catalyzer.
Ford Catalyzer, excuse me.
Ford Catalyzer or any of the companies associated with Ford Catalyzer.
Can't hear you.
It would be Ford Catalyzer or any of the companies related to Ford Catalyzer.
Okay, so then what is Ocean Co.'s relevance to all of this? What, they own the house, but nobody who works for them lives there? Is that correct?
Right. I don't think there's no requirement that occur.
But Ocean Co. is the one that's going to be conducting the marine research, isn't that correct? So they have no employees yet who work for them.
I think you're confusing two separate applications.
Well, those are the same scientists who are going to be using the garage as a workshop, as a hobby shop.
No, the people that use the garage are the current residents of 485.
The current residents of 485, but they're not related to Ocean Co.
Correct.
So they work for Catalyzer. And do they get that as a fringe benefit? Is that a perk to them?
I would not characterize it as a perk.
Do they claim the free housing on their W-2? Well, this is different. I have a residence.
I understand, but I have to say, I think we're drifting off.
No, we're not drifting off.
We didn't bring about a point. We have an application in for a special permit.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out who's going to be using this garage.
Right, and so if I could just answer the question directly, because that was a pretty specific question.
Yes.
The answer simply is the residents of 485 are going to be using the garage. People that reside there are going to be the ones that use it. Okay, so that's the answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Bill? Sure.
Philip Johnson, 472 Whitfield Street. There was some mention tonight of my office, and I want to make a couple of points about that. I had an old barn, and I wanted to build a new office, and before I did anything, I came before Planning and Zoning. I contacted all my neighbors. I got all the permissions necessary. I took out all the building permits required. I closed out all the building permits. I acted within all of the rules that we've set up for doing this. Nothing that I did in my office was after the fact. Okay? I'd make another quick point because the subject of the workers' comp claim came up, and I would say that that's thin ice. If you're an employee who's staying in employee housing, practicing your skills on machines provided by the employer, and you get hurt, I'd take that case. And I'm not even an attorney. Okay? I'll be brief. I'll try at least. They did a very, very nice job in the garage. And I know Attorney Verdun would like us to dismiss the issues with respect to FEMA compliance and the flood zone regulations. But I think it's important to discuss them because I think it has a very, very strong bearing on your decision. Here's a quick list of improvements that I surmise, and I would ask you to correct me where I'm wrong.
If you want, I can address that pretty quickly for you, Phil, because I think, as I said clearly at the outset,
we're listening first.
Let's Phil speak.
He's going to make a list.
Just a quick response. New concrete footings, tubes, excavation concrete, substantial substructure reinforcement, impervious concrete floor, 200 amp electric service, which has been upgraded from 100 amp, which 7 new windows, 3 new overhead garage doors with nice built-in windows. I had no idea how many sheets of FRP wall covering. I had to find out that's like some type of a plastic wall covering. Sprayed-in insulation, interior lighting, interior electrical work to accommodate various machines, computer networking, overhead heating system, exterior curtain drain. I would note that there's an exterior modification of the building in the form of a curtain drain that seems to have been dropped off. New primary door entrance and built-ins in the garage. Of course, all these things just don't come together like a Lego toy. They required skilled workmen for both the removal of old features and the demolition and installation of new ones. I'm assuming you guys didn't do this personally? No. Okay. I could. I'm sure you could. So I'd like to ask a couple of questions with respect to the work, because I think it's germane. Can you tell us who did the engineering work for the footings and the substructure?
And again, I'm just going to respond by saying I don't think it's germane. We said we're going to go ahead, we're going to apply. This is all engineering and building department stuff. It's now 11:05 at night. I would just ask that you use your discretion in terms of confining the relevance. But we're certainly, Phil, as I indicated to you in the beginning, we recognize the issue that you brought to our attention. Hang on, let me finish. That you brought to our attention at the last meeting. We're going to address it. We will address it with the building department. This is not the appropriate committee to determine.
So for the record, tell me what you would have to do to bring this building into compliance.
Right now, I don't know.
Okay, well, I do. And it's a tough one. Because it's a residential building, you can't flood-proof it. That's part of the... Help me out here, Reg.
Phil, again, with all due respect, to other people in the audience, it's 11:05 at night. This is a building code and an engineering issue. I think that the appropriate place to deal with that is with them and not to waste the committee's time on that.
So you'd rather have this settled behind closed doors than in a public meeting?
No, it's not behind closed doors. It's the appropriate process. It's the appropriate process is with engineering.
In any event, I will continue. Okay? The time has come to put a stop to the Catch Me If You Can games at 485 Whitfield Street. Why is they feel a more prudent path to do whatever they want, and after they get caught, seek after the permission? Apparently, it's quicker and more cost-effective. Get DEP permits and submit plans and applications. Obviously, that will take too much time.
I actually object to that, Bill. You know that we have the DEP permits. Mr. Goucher has said that there's no objection.
Have you filed the COP within the 90-day requirements? It was done. That's interesting because I have an email from the DEP that says they have no application there. But either way, building permits.
Sir, we're gonna need that DEP thing in the record, obviously.
Yep. Building permits. Can you tell me what building permits were taken out?
For the foundation, for the lighting, for the windows, for the insulation, for the electrical service, for the heat. Every single thing you listed.
Phil, just for continuity, and I'm sure the chairman will allow you to continue as well. I just wanted to let you know that there was 5 minutes.
Well, please
I'm sure.
Turn some guns time and add it back to me. Reg, can you please tell me what building permits are on file with the town?
I signed a building permit for sheathing on the inside of the building, windows, doors, electrical.
When was the window permit put in?
The day before yesterday.
Oh, the day before yesterday. It's interesting. How long have the windows been there? And what is the costing that they've listed for the windows?
I think that building permit was for $4,000.
Okay.
I think, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take,
but I could
there's
bring that back
lots
to
of
the
work.
next meeting. We do have a memo from Mark Damiani regarding your concerns about compliance with the FEMA regulations.
Terrific. So I will try and wrap up fairly quickly. By the applicant's own testimony, they're seeking to convert the use of this from a garage to a maker space. It's no longer a garage. That's one thing. They have had significant improvement to this building. Significant. To the best of my knowledge, none of the permits that were taken out have been inspected. None of them have been closed out. How can you assure the safety of the work that was done and the compliance of the work that was done? And in that same vein, how can you even consider granting a special permit in additional use to a building that is non-compliant now by FEMA regulations and by a deficiency of applied for permits? I can't see how that can take place. I think it's not prudent to try and settle this behind closed doors. And I understand you want to make this a building department issue. But application of the FEMA rules, if they are not fully adhered to, put every single policyholder in Guilford, and these are people that have to have flood insurance policies. Millionaires that don't have to have flood insurance don't have to worry about this. If we don't comply with the FEMA regulations for enforcement, which in this case includes raising the building 13 feet in the air and moving it 25 feet from the coastal resource. If you know where this is, I think that will be a challenge to do that. They have said they're going to come into full compliance with the regulations. Not a compromise settlement, not let us make a donation somewhere and let us keep doing what we're doing.
So Bill, what you're saying is that by their not meeting FEMA standards on that structure, on that property, all the other flood insurance participants in Guilford are at risk of an increased cost?
If DEE comes in and perceives that there's a lack of enforcement, the first thing that they do is they would put the town on probation. Now, I don't think that we're anywhere close to that, but I don't think we've had examples like this in the past where people just come in, do what they want, and then come and seek applications. There's a current DEP investigation, including fines that they're looking to give Ocean Co. for the work they did on the foundations.
So just so I'm clear, that means other homeowners in other parts of the town will face increased costs?
The first level of enforcement at the DEP is probation. And under probation, every single policyholder in town would receive a $50 fine. If we were moved out of the National Flood Insurance Program, which again, I think is a pretty big step, but it is a risk, you should at least identify it, you would no longer be able to secure flood insurance through the National Flood Insurance Program. I don't know what the implications of that are, other than the fact that I know that I have to carry flood insurance across, and I'm sure they would if they were private homeowners with a mortgage. If you have a mortgage, you're required to have it. I don't know what happens when that gets canceled.
Thank you.
So, yeah, the activities, it is important, and I think
I guess I have some familiarity with this. I worked in a different branch of the Flood Emergency Management Agency, and the broad strokes of that path are correct. Of course, it's extremely rare for a community to end up having traveled through all of those steps, but I did want to just follow up briefly on the building department factor. Mr. Rothberg, Attorney Verdun, you hired an engineer for this project I haven't seen an engineer here, but I assume you hired an engineer to for this project at some point?
We have retained an engineer to address the concerns that Phil has raised, and we're going to address them.
I'm talking about the initial construction of the garage when this work was done.
They did not have an engineer during the initial construction.
So one engineer has been hired on this project?
Yes. Exactly
one.
Versus 2 or 3?
I don't know, versus several over time.
I think they just did the site plan.
When was this engineer hired?
We're in the process of, well, we just did it. When we got Mr. Damiani's memo, we determined that we needed to go ahead and address it. And at that point, we thought that it would be best addressed with the services of an engineer.
So the first engineer that you hired was less than a week ago?
Yeah. We did not, just so we're clear, we did not believe, and I think there's still some question as to whether or not the flood prevention ordinance is applicable to what's going on here, number one. Number two, Phil has stated that we took our activities in disregard to your regulations. And I would submit to you that if you take a look at your regulations, that doing an accessory use is a permitted use within a residential zone. It's my opinion that the activities that are going on in the garage fall within that definition of accessory use, and we're addressing that issue, separately.
My question about the engineer was not so much about the uses, but the upgrades that he described. Some of before those upgrades were undertaken. There was obviously none of the, or some of the necessary permits were not obtained.
We were originally advised, in my understanding, that because it's an accessory structure, that the only permits that were required were for the electrical and for the foundation.
So who advised you of that?
Building department.
So no engineer of yours advised you that any other permits might be necessary?
No.
And the first engineer that you hired was less than a week ago?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll just make one last point. Usually for these types of applications, they come to you all in advance, and there'll be an owner's affidavit of the substantial improvements that they're looking to make. It should be very, very easy to account for the cost of all the work done on this building. And that is important because if they spend more than 50% of the value of the building alone, then they have to come under full FEMA compliance. I keep coming back to that, and I'll give you the two things. But that's going to be a really tough road to come under full compliance. That's the memo from DEEP. That's the affidavit. And I'm hoping someone will read in.
We're gonna read Damiani's letter right now.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a? Oh, go ahead. There are. I would urge you to read Mr. Damiani's memo because it does address this whole issue of compliance.
We're going to read it right now.
Okay. I think the important thing is that there are a number of issues associated with the enforcement of the flood damage prevention ordinance, which are the responsibility of the town engineering department. And there are a number of issues that have been raised with respect to building permits and compliance with the building code, which are the responsibility of the building official. Neither of those areas of substance or regulation are under the authority of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And none of us here in this room are knowledgeable about those rules and regulations, at least knowledgeable enough to give you any kind of practical advice as to their applicability and whether or not appropriate permits were obtained and which permits were obtained. No one here is representing the building department, and no one here is representing the engineering department with regard to the flood damage prevention ordinance. Mr. Damiani's memo, which is quite lengthy, does address the need to comply with the flood damage prevention ordinance. It addresses the issue that Mr. Johnson has raised about the need to do cost estimates to determine whether or not certain aspects of the flood damage prevention regulation will impact this project or not. All of those issues, however, are pertinent only if the Planning and Zoning Commission approves the special permit to allow the use of the building as proposed. If the Planning and Zoning Commission does not approve that, then those improvements and the costs associated with them will not be allowed because the use has not been approved. Therefore, it does make sense, at least in my opinion, for the applicant to first address the issue of certification and approval or non-approval of the special permit to use the garage as a home office, home studio, workshop, whatever terminology you want to use, which he has applied for. If the commission approves that, then pursuant to Mr. Damiani's memo and pursuant to a conversation we had earlier this evening, it would be appropriate for the commission to require as a condition of approval that all of the necessary steps which are outlined in this memo occur so that the issue of what flood improvements are required, if any, are resolved at the appropriate place, which is not the Planning and Zoning Commission, but which is the Engineering Department and their enforcement of the flood damage prevention regulations.
Chuck, a question. Okay, hypothetical. If we were to deny the special permit, and part of the factors we consider to reach denial was the fact that there were issues with building permits or issues with the FEMA regulations, and we use that as grounds to deny, one of the grounds to deny the special permit, that's something that might get reversed if it went to Superior Court?
It might.
Okay. That's what I was afraid of.
I think you're on. That's it.
Well, we're talking
afraid of.
I have before me the memo of Mr. Damiani dated this afternoon, November 18, 2015, at 3:35 p.m. To the Planning and Zoning Commission for Mark Damiani, Assistant Town Engineer, RE Ocean Co. LLC, 485 Whitfield Street, Guilford, Connecticut, map 29, lot 108, zone R3. Special permit change for use in detached garage for model shop office for scientists to facilitate research, sections 273-36A and 236-38B, subsection 4. And Ocean Co., 485 Whitfield Street, map 29, lot 108. Done, we'll get it. The improvement location survey for the subject property by Anderson Associates dated December 15, 2014 identifies that the existing garage is located in 2 FEMA flood zones. Flood zone AE 12-2.0, base flood elevation 12.0, and flood zone BE 13.0. Base flood elevations 13.0, Article 174-16, subsection O, structure in 2 flood zones of the ordinance states that if the structure lies within 2 or more flood zones, the construction standards of the most restrictive zone apply to the entire structure. A structure located in the special flood hazard area is required to comply with the flood damage prevention ordinance if work proposed or performed on that structure is determined to be substantial improvement as defined by the ordinance. Article 174-5, definitions of the ordinance states substantial improvement in any combination of repairs, reconstruction, alteration, or improvement to a structure taking place during a 1-year period in which the cumulative cost equals or exceeds 50% of the market value of the structure before the start of construction or the improvement. This term includes structures that have incurred substantial damage regardless of the actual repair work performed. The market value of the structure should be the appraised value of the structure prior to start of the initial repair or improvement, or in the case of damage, the value of the structure prior to the damage occurring. For the purposes of this definition, substantial improvement is considered to occur when the first alteration of any wall, ceiling, floor, or any structural part of the building commences, whether or not that alteration affects the external dimensions of the structure. The term does not, however, include any project or improvement of a structure to correct existing violations of state or local health, sanitary, or safety code specifications which have been identified in the local code enforcement official and are the minimum necessary to assure safe living conditions. The applicant needs to submit plans to the engineering department showing that the existing and proposed work to the garage with an itemized cost estimate of the improvements by a licensed construction contractor or notarized itemized cost estimate. Section 4.4.8, cost to correct existing health, safety, and sanitary code violations of FEMA publication P-758. Substantial improvement, substantial damage, desk reference May 2010, states work on a building or work associated with the change in use of occupancy may trigger requirements for compliance with the current code. When this occurs, the cost associated with the compliance will not qualify for exclusion because the work is not a code violation, but is necessary to meet current code. Such work needs to be included in the cost estimate so that the department can make a determination if the work is a substantial improvement as defined by the ordinance. If the applicant does not submit a certified appraisal of the structure to the department, we'll use market value on the file of the Town of Guilford's Assessor's Office. If the department determines that the work on the subject structure is substantial improvement, the structure will be subject to Article 174-19, coastal high hazard areas of the ordinance. The structure partially lies in a VE zone, which is more restrictive than an AE zone, so the requirements for compliance with the ordinance in a VE zone apply. The major requirements are summarized as follows. 1, all new construction or substantial improvement shall be located 25 feet landward of the Connecticut coastal jurisdiction line, elevation 4.0, NAVD 88 data. 2, all new construction or substantial improvement shall be elevated so that the bottom of the lowest supporting horizontal member, excluding pilings or columns, is located a minimum of no lower than the base flood elevation level, with all space below the lowest supporting member open so as not to impede the flow of water. 3, all new construction or substantial improvement shall be securely anchored on pilings or columns. 4, all pilings, columns, and the attached structure shall be anchored to resist flotation, collapse, and lateral movement due to the effect of wind and water loads acting simultaneously on all building components. The design loading shall equal or exceed the 100 mean storm interval. 5, a registered professional engineer or architect shall review, develop structural drawings, specifications, etc., and certify that they comply with the ordinance. If the applicant has knowledge that the structure is located in a zone less restrictive than denoted by the FEMA flood insurance rates maps, then a letter of map revision can be filed with FEMA. This requires hydrologic and/or hydraulic study of the flooding source, in this case Long Island Sound, resulting in a modification of current flood hazard zone mapping of the property. If approved by FEMA, the flood zone designation for the property shall be revised and the requirements for compliance with the ordinance for that zone will apply. The applicant has the option to request a variance to the flood damage prevention ordinance. The Guilford Building Code of Appeals is charged with hearing and deciding appeals. Any property owner aggrieved by the decision of the Building Code of Appeals, or any person owning land that abuts or is within a radius of 100 feet of the land in question may appeal within 15 days after such decisions to the State Superior Court, New Haven, as provided in Section 88 of the Connecticut General Statutes.
Just for the record, Mr. Chairman, we were just made aware of the full text of that memo this evening. You're great. So we've not had the opportunity to fully review or digest that memo. But as I said at the outset, we see this as an engineering department issue, and we'll fully comply with obtaining that permit, or whatever is required with engineering.
Let me just summarize the important points about this. If the special permit is approved, the applicant has to proceed in accordance with this memo. The first step is to determine whether the improvements that are made pursuant to the special permit exceed the 50% threshold. I think everyone agrees that they probably do. The second step is, if they do, then they're classified as substantial improvement, and according to Mark, the work will have to comply with these 1 through 5 requirements that are on the second page here, which, as Mr. Johnson testified, are significantly different than the proposed improvement that you're looking at now as part of the special permit application. However, 3, the applicant has the opportunity to appeal the determination, if that's the determination that the engineering department actually makes, either by going to FEMA to attempt to change the flood maps, or by going to the Building Code, Guilford Building Code Board of Appeals to appeal the applicability of whatever requirements the engineering department puts on the application. All of that would be beyond and outside the framework of the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's under the authority of the engineering department, and to the extent that any appeal might be taken, either FEMA or the Building Code Board of Appeals. If they determine that the building has to be significantly improved beyond what's proposed or approved tonight, if you were to approve it, then they would have to come back, such as elevate the building or elevate the habitable space or the studio space, then they would have to come back to Planning and Zoning with a revision to the special permit and also a revision to the coastal site plan. But in some ways, it's premature to conclude that now, because these steps which are outlined here haven't occurred yet.
And as part of that process, there's an opportunity to apply for a variance too.
Right.
Okay, well, it is 11:30. I know a lot of people want to talk. Why don't we take something from Mr. McKenzie, since he's been raising his hand all night long, and then maybe we'll call it an evening.
George, do we could continue this? Are we still within the time limit?
Well, we can continue the hearing if there. We have to conclude the hearing within 35 days of commencing it. It was commenced on the, was it the 8th of November? Is that the meeting, or the 4th of November? So 35 days from that takes us to second week in December. So we could continue this public hearing to our meeting in December.
We already have the other Ocean Coast.
We already have the other one. Depending on how many people want to talk, maybe it would be desirable to conclude the public hearing tonight. I'm just thinking out loud here.
Because we don't have to get a decision tonight, but we have to conclude.
Just a point of order. I thought the first hearing was October 18th.
October 21st, opened October 21st.
October 21st.
That's right. Oh, okay. I'm
So we
sorry.
have to be done by November 26th.
Unless you grant an extension of the 35 days, which you have the power to do, I believe. So, okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Well, let's have Mr. McKenzie speak, and we'll get to that.
Maybe we can conclude.
But I don't think we can just on our own continue it to the next meeting.
Correct.
So I'm a little confused here because, George, it sounds like you're saying they can go ahead. I don't understand how you can possibly approve this based on what you just heard and read. And my first question is directly to George. My understanding is that you knew that this was going on. In fact, they were issued a stop work order, which they violated. Is that not true?
There is a cease and desist order that was issued by the zoning enforcement officer, correct? And that was appealed to the Zoning Board of Appeals, which then stays any applicability of that order until the Zoning Board of Appeals has their hearing, which is scheduled for the 2nd of December.
My understanding is that a cease and desist order was issued, and within 20 minutes after that order being issued, concrete was poured.
No, that's
And I believe that there are people here that know that. And so I don't understand how you can even suggest that we could go ahead and approve this based on information that's been given thus far. Many questions have not been answered. I have one question. What is the setback on the garage from the property lines, from the wetlands and from the neighboring property line?
You'd have to take a look at the map. I don't have a copy of the map with me.
We'll look at it.
While you're up there, can I just
believe that I believe it's non-compliant. It's a non-conforming structure. I believe it doesn't conform with either of the setbacks from the side lot of the adjacent residential property or from the wetlands. And you can turn this down solely on that. You do not have to allow the change of use for a non-conforming structure that does not fall. It falls too close to the adjoining property. You don't have to look any farther than that road right there. With regard to intent here, a couple of people have talked about Ocean Co. Ocean Co. is an LLC that was set up in April of 2014. Its domicile is in the PB&AJ Express building. It is not Rothberg Institute anymore. Rothberg was sold to another LLC, Delaware Corporation, 2 years ago. For roughly $2 million. There are 4 entities within PB&AJ Express, all of whom fall under a research exemption, so they pay very little in taxes to the town.
That is false.
You can talk later. Ocean Co., as you know, has purchased the Stonehouse property and has purchased this building. And I don't have a problem. I appreciate everybody's private right to use your right to use your private property. However, this is a corporation, and we still don't know what the ultimate intent is with this corporation. We know that they've made offers and overtures to a number of other properties in the area. We can talk about that when we get to the other application that's pending. So with regard to this, and back to residents, the government, when you talk about residence, it's your domicile, it's your primary residence. When you file your tax return, that's your residence. I know all this other stuff. It's crazy. I've heard that there are going to be up to 20 people living in the house, 5 at a time, and it does meet our definition of a family. At least the way it's written in the code. Whoever wrote the code is an idiot. But it does meet the definition of family in the code. But it's clearly a corporate housing complex for employees working at the PB&AJ Express building, and also will soon to be working at the Stonehouse property. And that's it for now.
Can I just ask you about the pouring of the concrete? Did that happen after the cease and desist?
No, the cease and desist occurred in connection with the use of the property. I believe the cease and desist order was issued in August or September? September 17th, I believe?
Two letters that were written. One was cease and desist for the use in the garage. The initial one was because we didn't have a building permit and work was occurring. The foundations were being replaced. When I got to the property,
that one was corrected. There was a building permit that was pulled, I believe, right, for that?
yes.
Am I correct on that? So
Yeah.
that issue was resolved. The improvements to the property were completed. The property was being used, what the applicant believed to be in compliance with the zoning regulations. The zoning officer disagreed with that. She then issued her cease and desist order. We have appealed that cease and desist order. We have filed this application prophylactically so that, you know, if we lose the appeal, then we can fall back on this.
Okay. We're going to be out of tape in just a minute, but real quick, I want to ask, Mr. McKenzie mentioned that this is so close to the lines.
It is non-conforming with regard to setback on the side property line, but there's no proposed expansion of the building, so therefore it doesn't have to, the new use doesn't trigger any automatic requirement. What you have to do, and the point I was making, contrary to what Mr. McKenzie seemed to be suggesting, I'm not suggesting that you approve the application, but what I'm saying is that you apply the criteria that are under your jurisdiction, the special permit criteria, to the proposed activity, not try to apply the building code requirements or the flood insurance requirements, which are not under your jurisdiction. And the issue before you is, does this comply with the special permit criteria? This is an application that's pursuant to that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If it's not conforming and it doesn't have enough setbacks to meet current code, and they're changing the use, is that a reason we can use to deny the special permit?
If you find that the use, the proposed activity is going to have an adverse impact on adjoining properties, because the building is so close to the property line, that can be a proper finding.
So he accurately describes that if we include a finding of adverse impact, but there would have to be a finding of adverse impact.
Right, there'd have to be facts to support it.
It does not say that, though. You don't have to prove adverse impact.
Right,
We have to change
take a break.
We have to change the This is a real cliffhanger, so we're going to come back real quick. Chuck's going to tell us what it says and doesn't say. Shannon going to change the tape. We will not discuss this until Shannon comes back. And we are back, and we have not discussed this case. We were just at a cliffhanger. Chuck was going to give us some information about zoning and impact and...
Try to make this quick. The question was, when you have a non-conforming building that is situated so it violates a setback, and you have a change of use in that building, does the building, in order for you to approve an application, would the building have to be made in conformance? Would you have to move the building so that it complied with all the setbacks? I believe the answer is no. I give you caveats in that. Obviously, I just heard the question, haven't done all the research, but the way the regulations are, there's three types of nonconformity. There's a nonconforming use, when you have a commercial business in a residential zone. That's that part of it. The use is nonconforming. You can have a nonconforming lot. That's when typically you have an undersized lot. It doesn't comply with the size requirements. And then you can have what's called a nonconforming building and structure. That's what we have here. The building is situated. It's there, assuming it's there legally, either by variance or it was built before zoning. But it violates a setback, but they have rights as a non-conforming building. What the regulations say in section 273.14, it's called non-conforming buildings and structures, and that's the regulation that addresses the non-conforming building. It basically says what George said, is that you can't enlarge it, you can't move it, you can't extend it without bringing it in conformity. But the contrary is, if you're not doing anything, you're just leaving it as it is, the regulations don't require, I don't see anything that says a change of use requires you to move it.
And so substantial improvement has nothing to do with it?
No, I think George was referring to the special permit criteria that if by virtue of the change of use in that area, which is so close to a neighboring property, it has disharmonious effect on the neighborhood, then under the special permit criteria, that would be grounds for you to possibly deny the application. That's how what I understood George to say. But just by virtue, the claim was the change of use of a valid non-conforming building, that you can't approve that unless they bring it to conformity. I don't believe that's correct, assuming they're not enlarging or extending or anything else to the building itself.
Thank you, Chair.
Chuck, just closely related to that, if you have a non-conforming structure and you have an application for what is clearly a change of use, in order for that change of use to be denied, a finding must be made of adverse impact?
No, I understood the adverse impact comes into two criteria. One, that could be just a sort of way of saying it doesn't meet your special permit criteria. It's adverse to the harmony. But remember, there's also a coastal site plan application here. Mm-hmm. And then you could find an adverse impact to coastal resources, the impact on coastal resources. I believe the term adverse impact may be used in that as well. So that would be, but again, that's to the environmental impact in the coastal resources.
But a finding of adverse impacts to the coastal resources is reason enough to deny a change of use.
That would be a reason to deny a any coastal site plan application.
But the fact that the structure is non-conforming is not important to that analysis at all.
Correct. The fact that an existing non-conforming building, if it's not enlarged, not expanded, etc., that's part of the nonconformity that they get to keep. The change of use doesn't trigger. I don't see anything that triggers it, and that's by definition. That's why I started out with defining you have nonconforming use, can't expand a nonconforming use. The use element, if it was on, but the use here is conforming. The existing use is conforming, and the proposed use is a special permit use.
Thank you. That's clear.
I have a question. Is the use of this house a commercial use? Is it being used by corporations, house people? Does that constitute a residential use or a commercial use?
It is used as a dwelling unit, a single-family dwelling unit defined in your regulations, which is a permitted use within that zone.
So there were a couple of landmark U.S. Supreme Court cases. Can you please come up to my door? Sure. Just have a couple of comments. So Mr. Beckius said on October 21st that the primary use of this house going forward is to provide temporary lodging for employees of Four Catalyzer, which owns Butterfly Networks. And he said with up to 20 people rotating in and out of the house to sleep and shower. I'm going to go back to the argument that we had before because I think it's very relevant. I don't think that this is in the spirit of a single-family, low-density area residential use. All the people who are using this facility have domiciles somewhere else, and the house is effectively being used as corporate lodging. I respectfully request that the P&Z go back and reconsider the legality of the current use of the Harriet Beecher Stowe House at 485 Whitfield and the right of the town of Guilford to uphold its zoning ordinances as a reasonable means of furthering a legitimate public purpose. I'm not going to go through the definitions again, but these are standard definitions that are used in almost every town in the state of Connecticut. I actually looked through about 40 and I came up, it's the same exact definition. I would submit that the various Four Catalyzer employees that from time to time shower or sleep there do not constitute a family. I would ask the attorney to go back and research. There's 3 landmark U.S. Supreme Court cases that involved a town's right to enforce zoning and the use of single-family homes. The first is Village of Belterre versus Boras. in which the homeowner challenged the constitutionality of the town's single-family ordinances of and claimed that the town's definition of family violated constitutional rights of equal protection, privacy, association, and travel. The court rejected the petitioner's argument that the town's ordinance infringed on the fundamental constitutional rights of privacy and association, and the court found that the ordinance was not aimed at transients and concluded that no right of travel was implicated. The second case that I'd ask you to go back and research is Euclid versus Ambler Realty. This case sustained the validity of zoning as a legitimate means of furthering the public's interest in protecting single-family uses from the threats to health and safety posed by high-density uses. And I believe you said there'd be 20 people rotating in and out. The third case I'd ask you to go back and research is Berman versus Parker, and this decision validated that it is permissible for cities to lay out zones where family values, youth values, and the blessings of a quiet seclusion and clean air make the area a sanctuary for people. So I'm going to leave it to the lawyers to decide if in fact this constitutes a family. But to the layman, common sense and judgment dictate that the people using this house do not meet the definition of a family, and that their only association, and that's a key word that I think you need to also look up, is the fact that they all work for the same corporation. And if that's found to be true, then the use of this home as a corporate lodging is not permitted in an R3 zone. And I would implore the committee here to rethink your zoning laws, because first, we have this house. What is to stop any other corporation from coming in and buying up every single house in our marine area, as well as any other place, and using it as corporate lodging? So as soon as it's practical, I think you need to go back and revisit your zoning laws.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sid.
Fire up that stopwatch. 15 years ago, during my brief sojourn with this august body, under the chairmanship of Jim Barry, he made the point to us many times of the importance of precedent, both the precedents that we acquire from our predecessors and are obliged to respect in terms of maintaining continuity for the benefit of the community, and also the precedents that we may create possibly with unintended consequences. I would say to you that the bigger problem you have tonight is not deciding what to do with this application, but determining what might be the unintended consequences, as the prior speaker alluded to, if you do it and you create open season for the same kind of abuse of substance by creative manipulation of form, which is really what's happening here. I mean, what we have here is an application for commercial use of a residential property. That's what we have. What we have in the house is basically, it's a flop house, if I may use an uncharitable term that's deserving of the same kind of respect they showed the prior owners of the Stone House. What we have is a flop house for high-paid, high-tech people. Okay, it's a boarding house, it's a hostel, it's whatever you call it, but it ain't a residence. So look at the substance and say to yourself, is this the kind of thing that you want to approve and serve as a model of how other corporations or other individuals, doesn't matter, can abuse the same thing in the future for the same kinds of consequences? I hope that you will deny this application. I have no problem with it as a commercial property if it can be done within code. I resent the kind of snow job that's been going on here. Mr. Chairman, in the October 21st meeting, prior to the opening of this application, you lamented that you felt the commission was rolled by a prior applicant who appeared that same night. That was a mere flurry. This is a real snow job again. They presented a number of statements which are inherently self-contradictory when taken as a whole. And it doesn't provide you any basis of information on which you can apply the critical judgment that your commission must do in addition to the more prosaic application of the written regulation. Ultimately, it's the judgment for which you guys get paid the big bucks to sit on the commission. And you need to apply it in this case and recognize that you have a flawed application and that the regulations need to be cleaned up before you can deal with the fact situation, not the illusions, but the fact situation that's represented effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I briefly follow up on what you said?
Come on down.
Well, every word you said is true. And if you agree that it's true, and the standard of section, I mean, this is an overview thing. The standard of section 273-80A is that the use of any building or structure shall be, quote, in harmony with, and conform to the appropriate and orderly development of the town and the neighborhood, and will not hinder or discourage the appropriate development and use of the adjacent lots or impair the value thereof. It's true that what's going on here is a snow job to introduce a commercial use down in that marine district. That commercial use is not in harmony and does not conform with the neighborhood. And it's an octopus to get their foot in the door that will absolutely destroy any prospect that the town would ever have of ever actually implementing the town center south plan for that marine district.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else want to wrap it up real quick? Last chance. Oh, wait, we got two. Got Ken McKenzie coming.
I just want to clarify that I did not say that you needed to ask them to move the building. All I'm saying is that you are able to deny it based on the change of use. Non-conforming building or structure, a building or other structure which contains a permitted use but does not meet the setbacks. So yes, it is a non-conforming building. Non-conforming use, the use of a large building or structure unallowed, which use is not permitted by these regulations for the district in which it is located. You don't have to approve a new use for a non-conforming building. In essence, you're increasing, it's similar to increasing the non-conformity. You always approve things if they're decreasing the non-conformity. In this case, you're actually technically increasing the non-conformity because they're here for a special permit, they're in the wetlands, they're within 25 feet or 30 feet of their neighbor's line. So you don't have to have all these excuses.
Thank you, Ken. One last speaker.
It's late. Thanks for staying. Dave Hall, 456 Whitfield Street. Live diagonal to the property. So, reading the application, it looks like we're looking for a application for a model shop office for scientists to facilitate research. I was looking at something Mr. Johnson had. It looked like the total application maybe had a little more, talked a little more about it, workshop for medical research models, and that's not on that piece of paper. So we know that the model shop is there because of the evidence of the samples that Chuck produced last week, and you know, they were pretty creative, and Chuck spoke about how creative all these people are because they're scientists. My question is about the office part. Is office use permitted in a residential zone for a non-owner occupied property? And I guess if so, you know, what conditions is it allowed? The other thing is a research facility, which is part of the application, allowed in a residential zone. And in that research facility, would you be allowed to mass produce anything? And what type of models would the researchers make for medical purposes? You know, what would they be used for that wouldn't be commercial? I'm wondering if that CNC machine, I'm calling it a CNC machine, it's probably not, but whatever it is, can that be programmed, from a remote location? No, okay. The other thing is this application an application for spot zoning in a residential zone? Like special permit, I'm thinking that's spot zoning what we're trying to do here? Maybe not? No? Okay. Anyway, it looks like what we have is creativity, because we spoke about that quite a bit a few weeks ago when we looked at the models. I think Chuck said we're not producing anything here, so there's no mass production going on. Are we increasing basic knowledge? Yes, because I believe the applicant stated that, this is where we can learn things. And the other thing is, are we doing experimental development? And I would say yes, we probably are, because this is where they're going to come up with new ideas and test things out as they're living at the space. So again, like I said a couple weeks ago, this fits in along the lines of a research laboratory. And if you look at the dictionary of what a research laboratory is, it's pretty much the same definition of a research facility. And so a research laboratory is not a permitted use in a residential zone. So I think based on that, we probably need to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, maybe a point of personal privilege or a point of order. I think it's a point of order. Maybe we could give the applicant 4 minutes to rebut whichever items he thinks he hasn't fully covered, and then I would ask the commission to consider closing the public hearing and then taking a significant portion of our 30 days to consider the application so that we can give all these technical details the full attention that they deserve.
You read my mind, Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'm assuming public comments are done, and we're the last speaker, right?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Quickly, in terms of points of order, I think the second to last two speakers probably spoke best when they said you should go ahead and deny this application and then go revisit your revisit your regulations, because we need to have you address this issue in terms of residency within respect to your regulations. And if you want to fix that and make that change, you can go ahead and do that. But the fact of the matter is you can't apply that retroactively to my client. That's not fair. It's not permitted and it's not constitutional. You can't do it. The fact of the matter is you have to live with the regulations as they are drafted. And what it talks about is a group of unrelated people cooking together and living together as a single housekeeping unit. The only testimony that you have before you is that they comply with that. That's number one. Number two, adverse impacts with respect to the neighbors. Your counsel indicated to you that in the context of a special permit, you can take into account the effect of the use on the neighbors. The only testimony that you had was from the direct neighbor who said, I never even know they're there. Nobody has said that any activity that goes on within inside the garage affects or bothers them. Conformity with the neighborhood. Conforms with the neighborhood. Your own commission member here has an office in his garage, right across the street. We're asking for nothing less. As a matter of fact, this is not even going to be a commercial venture. This is a place where people can go and play, practice their hobbies, things that everybody else does within their own garages. With respect to the compliance with the floodplain ordinance, I think we've dealt with that issue ad nauseum. We'll comply with whatever the engineering and building department requires. I think the appropriate course of action is for you, I respectfully suggest that you go ahead and actually approve this application and allow us to move forward with those applications in due course. I think with respect to all the criteria that I listed that are set out in your zoning regulations under the special permit, we meet every single criteria to the T. And if we do that, you have an obligation to go ahead and approve the application. We're not impacting the neighborhood with respect to traffic because there's no additional traffic. The people live there. We're not impacting the neighborhood in terms of changing the character, the fabric of the neighborhood with respect to structures. The structure exists. Simply changing what's going on inside the structure. And so I think we meet all of those requirements. And I would suggest that, and I would ask that you perhaps not take the 30 days. I don't think this is a very complicated application. At the end of the day, this is an application by a property owner saying, we want to be able to do things in our garage that everybody else does. And my understanding is the only reason we're getting hooked into requiring that we obtain a special permit is the fact that the garage has now become heated, so the activities can extend over a course of a year in a comfortable condition. If it was an unheated garage and the same stuff was going on, I don't think we'd be here, because I don't think there'd be any claim that the regulation applies or that the requirement applies. So for those reasons, I think you should go ahead, quickly approve this application, let them go on, let them enjoy their living situation, let them enjoy their housing, and let them go ahead and plan the garage. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Let me correct one thing. You have 65 days after the conclusion of the public hearing within which you have to act. Not that I'm suggesting that you take that long, but I think that is the law. All right. Are we all done?
Mr. Chairman, with no further business before the commission this evening, I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Do you want to close this public hearing?
Sorry, we have to move.
No.
We have to move to close.
We close the public hearing, but we have to do one more thing.
We forgot. We have another application.
I'd like to withdraw that motion to adjourn, and I'd like to move to close the public hearing.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. What did we forget?
Well, we didn't get it listed on the agenda. It was very, very busy today. The application for Ant Properties also has a CAM application that you need to receive this evening.
Can I get a motion to receive the CAM application for Ant?
Move to receive the coastal area management application for Ant at the address listed previously.
And set a public hearing date for December 16th.
And set a public hearing date for December 16th at 7:30 at the Guilford Community Center.
So moved. Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Get a motion to close the meeting?
Move to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Good night, everybody.